people were still reading newspapers. You'd have to go and buy a newspaper on the streets to read news. So I think Madam Madam Yelena, she actually alluded to this, the letters. So I used to write letters to the editor, and I kept sending the editors letters every week until they published them, right? So I did that for many weeks until I first got published in the Nation newspaper, which is still the leading newspaper in the country, in Kenya. And I wrote for the Nation for about 8 years until I got to a point where I felt no one was reading my work anymore, because also as a writer, you only feel that your work is making an impact when you're getting feedback. When people are sending you emails and saying, no, that was not the point, or if your column is getting good feedback from the editors. So that stopped happening, and I realized this thing is dying. The print industry is dying. So I began the process of transitioning my craft to a more digitized platform, and I started by changing my format of communication to audiovisual. So I would take my writing and partner with video creators, animators, to produce audiovisual content from the stories that I'd researched and packaged, or from things that I thought would be interesting or entertaining to watch. And so I've been on that journey for the last 3 or 4 years, and African Crossroads has really been instrumental for me in that transition. So as I've been working on that, we crossed paths with Kevin, and he had this very passionate story that he wanted to share. So we sat down, and actually we had a virtual meeting and talked about, so how can we do this thing together? How can we back each other up in whatever we're doing? And we began by producing a Twitter space series called Borderless Africa. So the idea being to stimulate the conversation between Africans in different parts of the continent, myself being in East Africa, Kevin being in Nigeria. How do we use technology then, and how do we use these platforms that have emerged in the new media environment to really facilitate conversations between our respective communities? So we started the Twitter Space series, and I think the first episode that we did came at a time when the world was really glued or tuned in to the idea of climate change, which was during the Africa Climate Summit. And I think maybe, Kevin, you can talk us through about your experience on the Africa Climate Summit, because that was really the basis of the first episode in the Twitter Space series that we hosted.
Yeah, thank you. First, $4 billion worth of food is wasted in Africa, across Africa, every year, according to Food and Agricultural Organizations of the UN. So when I was part of the African Climate Summit in Nairobi, I, of course, haven't been working with farmers over time. Understanding green finance, understanding afforestation programs, understanding how the need to combat food waste is very, very critical, and having the good fortune to experience life in real time, both in Mombasa and in Benue. I quickly reached out to my friend here, and then immediately we started curating a documentary called Africa's Bounty, a documentary that will shed more light on food waste, both in Benue State and in Mombasa, because I've traveled over 10 African countries, and our realities are the same. Most of the challenges smallholder farmers have, like my grandmother in Nigeria, are some of the same challenges smallholder farmers share in Mombasa. So storytelling is very, very critical. We want to begin by putting together a documentary that will shed more light on food waste and of course attract stakeholders, filmmakers, the government, innovators like myself that are leveraging technology to connect smallholder farmers to marketing opportunities. Of course, food processing companies. We are putting together a documentary to highlight these challenges. And of course, climate change is at the center of it because currently, despite the fact that Benue is lying on the valley, Benue produce more than 20% of the food consumed in Nigeria. And you can begin to see the activities of climate change affecting smallholder farmers. More to it is the farmer header crisis, which is another story, which is a story for another day that needs to be highlighted as well. But all this as a result of climate change. The headers are finding it very difficult to get green grass to graze. The farmers are leveraging irrigation, moving close to the river banks. So as a result of the herders trying to graze, there have been a lot of clashes, particularly along the Benue Valley. So we are looking at a documentary to actually highlight some of these challenges.
Yeah, and I think for me, if you go back to the previous slide, as we were researching this project, one of the statistics that stuck out for me was the number of school children who are affected by the situation. I happen to be on a committee in my former high school, my previous high school in Mombasa, that's looking at how to really support the students in that school. And we realized that one of the biggest gaps that the children have, these are high school students, is that they're not able to have a constant meal at home, right? So when they show up in school without having had a meal, even expecting them to perform at school is, it's a problem. And this is not a new thing, really. It's really something that a lot of people have experienced. In fact, 65 million children in Africa, according to the African Union, rely on school feeding programs to really be able to pursue an education. And when you look at it, it's actually an underrepresentation of the situation on the ground, because I think if you go further into the report that the African Union published on this, it's about 15% of children in the African continent who benefit from such initiatives, against upwards of 50% in the more developed countries, right? So Africa is, behind in that aspect. Yet we produce so much food, like there's so much food that is, wasted from the farm to the market. Because when Kevin shared this story with me, what I got from it was, you have a farmer who has produced yam, like he mentioned, his grandmother, and it's, ripe and ready to be eaten. But when they go to the market, they can't find a good price for it, right? So the yam is going to sit in the house, and probably some of it will get spoiled in the process, or some of it will, be sold through cartels, or like these people in the market who really undercut the farmers, and then the farmer is not motivated to produce anymore. So these systemic inefficiencies are the ones that enable that problem. And his solution for me was very fascinating, because it fixed the problem in a very practical way. And I think he can talk about Tembe Kasua and how that addresses the problem directly. So please go to the next slide.
Next, please. Yeah, so the past 8 years, I've committed my life to working with smallholder farmers. And I began by through an initiative called AgriTech Hub, where we looked at marine agriculture and technology. We began by a survey of looking at what's the average age of a Nigerian farmer. And it was surprising that we discovered that the average age of a Nigerian farmer was over 45 years. And for a population of over 200 million, we saw to it that agriculture is a very critical sector to be left in the hands of each population. And our motivation was to how do we accelerate youth participation in agriculture. A typical reflection of a Nigerian farmer, of an African farmer, does not inspire any young person across Africa. A smallholder farmer is seen to as someone who is wretched, who is poor, and who lives in thatch houses, as the case in my community. So first, after the survey, we began by having demonstration farms in rural communities, whereby young people can see some of us who are very, very well educated, get involved in agriculture, and of course, integrate technology to a level, exploring smart agriculture in their very community. And then what we were able to do is to demonstrate how we'll be able to double yields on a particular piece in the same community. Teach them, education was a very, very critical part of it. Teach them standard agronomic practices. And what we quickly realized is, across the three value chains, production, processing, and of course, the supply chain, food distribution, one of the major causes of smallholder poverty that we realize in our work with farmers the past 8 years is along the inefficiencies in supply chain. A smallholder like my grandmother cultivates and harvests a reasonable amount of produce that, if properly marketed, will not only sustain her, but will be able to build wealth for the family. But because of inefficiencies in supply chain, we have established middlemen who shortchange smallholder farmers, thereby reducing or cutting off their return on investment. So it becomes a cycle of poverty. They cultivate, and it just stays at subsistence level. So our intervention over time is the past 4 years. What we've been doing is piloting with my community. We've been digitizing rural markets. The way market is structured in Nigeria is farm communities set up farm market across community, and it falls on certain days. If in my community is today, if a marketplace in my community today, it's going to be the marketplace again after 5 days, so that the marketplace will be able to move around other communities. So what we've done there is we've digitized this community, and then we've been able to bring farmers into clusters, looking at who is the brightest among them, or how do we get a young person within that community to that explains why we are trying to expose some young girls to digital, to IT, and then of course smartphones, as the case may be. Because what we are doing is making raising digital natives amongst communities that will be able to leverage our platform to connect their mothers or smallholder farmers within their community to smart markets. And from the little pilot we did in my community, what we noticed were young people saw an opportunity to actually leverage their platforms. And on market days, they go to assist smallholder farmers to connect to prospective buyers in urban centers. And having been engaged in technology at a very deep level, we are looking at integrating some component of emerging technology, blockchain, supply chain management, and of course, in the nearest future, when blockchain actually gains very reasonable adoption, we are exploring the aspect of tokenization. How do we tokenize agricultural assets to give room for global participation into our smallholding agriculture on the continent? That is the idea around Tembe Kaswa. And from my experience with farmers, farmers are resilient to change. Farmers do not adopt innovations. Farmers are used to guesswork, what I call guesswork technology. They've been using same technology over time. The initiative and of course innovations that were passed from generation to generation, they believe that it's been giving them results. So the aspect that we are integrating is how do we make our solution as local as possible. That is what gave birth to Tembe Kaswa. Tembe is a marketplace in my language, the Tiv language, which is the second agrarian community in Nigeria, while Kaswa is the marketplace for the Hausa Fulanis, who are the largest farming community in Nigeria. So our solution is local, but we are leveraging emerging technology, a wallet system that enshrines escrow payment, because there's a lot of trust issues within the supply chain. And traceability is very, very critical. What happened is I had cause to live in Lagos 2 years ago, and I went to the market to get Benue yam. Benue yam is very popular. But oftentimes when you buy Benue yam, people get yam elsewhere and they claim to be Benue yam. So what we are doing is we've partnered with Arrivo in the next few months to look at how do we bring about traceability. The same thing happened with coffee and tea, whereby our coffee is taken elsewhere, processed, and is brought back to us, and nobody cares, and nobody knows the origin. Traceability is going to be a very critical aspect of the agricultural supply chain, and we want to lead that conversation on the continent with our project, beginning with a little pilot somewhere in Nigeria. So we are very excited working with Bonnie because food and education is very critical in the Tembe Kaswa project.
So as we are going about this, our approach is very, it's informed by what has worked in the past. What have we done in our respective experiences that has yielded results and that has been efficient. In my case, I feel, and I've seen that video is very powerful in communication, because first we need to educate the farmers, the people in the value chain, and the communities that consume these agricultural products from across the continent to have a better understanding of what are the underlying issues and how can they be resolved. Another aspect of it is using the voice of artists, or tapping into the voice of artists as figures who command a lot of influence in society to really be the ones to tell this story. Right? So I've had occasion to work with some of the most established artists on the continent by chance and fate, but also working very closely with artists who are passionate about their work and who are connect with this story on a more personal level and are able to speak to it from an authentic voice. The other approach that we are looking at is using the media through, once the documentary is produced and published, have the media talk about it and publish it on their respective platforms so that we can get this information in many different communities and spaces across the continent. And finally, also engage with policymakers. So, for example, in Mombasa, where I come from, we have begun engaging the Senator of Mombasa to see how we can really push these changes into the school program there, and particularly in the school where I come from. How can we use technology to ensure that the children who go to this school can be able to get food through the retailers, the commercial supermarkets, and the places where food is sold? How can it be provided to the school children and be tracked using a tech platform that I think I can share an example of how it works here. So it's basically a QR code that they scan, and then they are able to get a meal. And within the card itself, there is information about the solution and how it works and how they can apply it in their different communities. So as we conclude, this we believe is, it's our approach of generating solutions in using what we have, like someone mentioned here. If we have knowledge and some experience in doing something, we can take a step, however small, and then if we combine our efforts and leverage on technology, because there's a lot of technology going around on the continent today, and I think the applications of it have not been explored fully. So we're hoping that through this collaboration, we can be able to make this story relevant and get the right people, the people who are concerned at a policy level, but also at an implementation level, to do something about it. And ultimately that if they can put on the last slide, that it can benefit the children, which are the continent's hope and future. I'm a father myself. Kevin is also a father. So we would want our children to grow up in a continent that is self-sustaining and that supports their ambitions and their goals. So as our parting shot, our conviction is that you really have to eliminate those simple problems like food security that would hinder a child's development, and we hope that this solution or this approach will contribute to that in some way. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
See, someone has got the main, somebody was whistling, somebody gets it. So, okay, so we're going to do it again. 1, 2, 3. Yes, most excellent. So, when I look at that, I'm just like, Larry, are you doing anything in life? That is just a lot. It reminds me of my teacher. My teacher used to say, Larry, you're not going to amount to anything because of all the procrastination. I said, sure, you're absolutely right, but just you wait. You get it, right? Oh, gosh, yeah. I'm not Dave Chappelle. Not that funny. So what you're going to do right now is stop making me laugh. Okay. What we're going to do right now, we're going to go on to the next part of the presentation sprint. We're going to call Shiko Kikika all the way from Kenya. Please make a round of, give a round of applause as she comes away to the stage.
Hello. Hello. Hi. You see, it's interesting how everybody had their beautiful presentations done, but because Koyo decided to shock all of us, like, oh, you have 15 minutes, oh, you have a panel, I was like, okay, I'm just not going to do the slides. Why? Because, yes, we can, it's African Crossroads. But I have a short video that I'd want to play for you because we are talking innovation, we are talking tech, we are talking different spaces of research, but there's also a critical bit. I am an activist, a human rights activist, who tries very much to use art to avoid being arrested. So I'm just going to play a short video, and then I can tell you why it's relevant to this specific conversation. Are you ready? All right. So before they get it, I'd want to just say, as we watch it, let's think of one thing. Why is Africa so interconnected politically? Like, why is it that we all have similar political stories? We have different presidents, different leaderships, but our struggles are the same, literally. If we talk of corruption, it cuts across. If we talk of dictatorships, the difference is the intensity of it. If we talk about oppression, The difference is how much your president knows how to oppress you. And these things. I'm just trying to get it to buy time as. But the interesting bit, and when Boniface was here with a partner, and I was thinking to myself, all of us talk about education. And I think for the longest time, the country I come from had made at least milestones when it comes to educating kids and making sure kids actually access education. And then we got a new president. And within a year, kids can no longer access education because it's now too expensive to take your child to school. You'd rather teach them how to farm. And they can make a living off selling foodstuff and stuff. So I don't know why it's not coming, but let me just jump into what. All right. So, 4 minutes? Okay. So, I come from, people hear Kenya and then you assume everybody comes from Nairobi. No, I come from a place I love, and it's called Nakuru County. Nakuru now is called a city, but we are a city with no drainage systems and no roads. And we are okay with it because we have farms and we can supply a lot of food to Nairobi, so it makes sense. Over the years, the one thing that we really wanted to do is have a community of young creatives and young activists who can speak against systematic oppression. And the one shocker was it was going to be led by a woman. And where I come from, women are not vocal. The irony of it, we have a woman governor, but women are not allowed to speak against the system. So again and again, I play the game of cat and mouse with our governor, where I say something and she sends people to bully me, and I'll go to Nairobi for a week and go back home again, say another thing, we get back to the game. But then I realized one thing. Every time we use puppetry to communicate, people get it because it sounds dumb and funny. But then they cannot arrest the puppet. So it makes sense to use art to stay free, all right? I'm a key campaigner of speaking about oppression the same way men use vulgar language campaigning, because I think it makes sense for them. And I think they understand it better because they know how to use it better. So every time I question the president, and I know for sure they're gonna come for me today, I distract it with a cartoon. So you draw a cartoon of the president and his deputy just saying whatever I said, but in a more beautiful and creative way, all right? And the beauty of art is it just does not remain in your eyes, but it speaks to your heart. It's something you'll not forget, and you can pass it down to your kids, right? Someone spoke about generational wealth, but then are we speaking about generational content in a way that we can free ourselves and our kids and generations to come using the power of the gifts that we have. And some of these gifts, you don't even need to take them to school anyway. If you can find a space that can empower you, that you can learn through, and that can allow you to be yourself, then it makes sense. I work with Gen Zs. And in Kenya, if you're working with Gen Zs, of course, all of us are like, oh, they're too much. Oh, we can't. But the one thing that I've learned from these people is they do not really, forgive my French, give a hoot. They will say what they need to say, and they'll do what they need to do. Their activism is very different from ours, or what I learned activism was. They're using boycotts. If they say they're not coming to work, that you're not doing good to their mental well-being, they will not show up. And it's okay, you know? If they say, oh, a certain product is doing this and this to our health and we don't want it, they will boycott it. And I think that's the beauty of it, because you're getting to tap into new energies. And I think for the first time I've seen more Gen Zs being arrested within the last 1 year because of protesting against things that probably some of us never saw. We went to a hotel meeting somewhere in Laikipia, a county in Kenya, and one of the Gen Zs discovered that the waste from the hotel was being channeled to the river. And they took photos. And they came with them to the conference. They told us, we can't be here. We're like, why? And they showed us the photos. By the time they were showing us the photos were already online. And I want you to hear their stories because they got arrested more than 3 times. Now they are new residents of Nairobi County until we find them a place to stay. I'll translate it just after, so don't mind.
I'm sure there's a very large population of people who have no idea what happens there. There are so many spaces, yes, they're limited, but I can say so many that people do not know about. Lack of information makes it difficult for the youth to monetize what they're doing. There are content creators out there, so many, but they don't know how they can monetize what they're doing.
Police brutality, kuna peer profiling. Also, we have kuna arbitrary arrest, na pia kunakuwa na cases za GBV sana. Unapata kuna defilements za watoi, watu wamepigana nyumbani, and justice system yetu bado iko chini, so hizo kesi zinapotelea, na kama msee akona doa hapo pia si unajua tu lazima itatembea.
Yeah. I do my community organizing in Kisumu, and where I do my community organizing, we face a lot of challenges, and one of the biggest challenges that we are facing is police brutality. So this is one of the things that triggered us to start documenting human rights violations. For years now, so many young people have been killed within our locality, and it is something that we've been following up since then, and we have never gotten justice. So for us, what we are crying out for is justice.
I work mostly with youth in crime, that is criminal gangs. So we've been working with them to see how they can get out of crime and do other legitimate businesses for them to get a legitimate livelihood. National Government Affirmative Action Fund. We have tried to apply, we have yet to get. So that is what we are doing. The challenges we face is lack of employment.
So let me say an example, if there's any case of GBV, there was a time where kuna msichana mwenye was brutally murdered. Now, the problem is the community knows the person, this person goes away, anarudi tena. There's nothing done for the justice of this guy. So tumechukua hiyo opportunity tuwasaidie na waweke na safe space, waongee waseme kenye kama wamekuwa violated, kama walisaidiwa, kama wakusaidiwa.
Well, I'm back. I know they've spoken a lot of Swahili, but in the spirit of Africanism, I'm going to just explain a bit of it. I know some have kind of understood what they're saying, but those are young people who are actively organizing in their communities. And one of the ladies spoke about Sex for Water. Sex for Water literally is a whole menace where young women, she has a child as a result of that. And one of the biggest things that happens is when these women are going to fetch water, those who know like KPR, there's a group of the European army called Batuk. So they trap the water to go into the big ranches. So Batuk has decided that they're going to impregnate the young women so that they get water. And they still harass them. There's already a case ongoing of one of them who killed a young woman after raping her. So these are the injustices that these women face. And when they speak up, they are arrested. And when you get them out, they will still go for them. So in exchange, we try to get them safe places where they can stay before things calm down, but they eventually will have to go home. And then we've had someone speak about the Nakuru Players Theatre, which is the space for creatives, the only place we have for creatives. I was telling someone yesterday, it's a beautiful place, but the tug of war is on the land. The land lies in a very prime area. And what happens is, every time there's a grant coming in, the tussle about the land starts. And the grant disappears, so it never gets to the artist. And the art there can never be empowered. And there's always a joke that goes around and says, if you've been a part of the Nakuru Players Theatre, then you either end up with two things. End up desperate or pregnant, if you're a woman. So that's the saddest bit of life where creativity is being silenced. And I'd want us to look at it from how does politics come to play? How does governance also come to play? Because you're talking about these beautiful things, but they all end up in policies and documents that the implementer is a political person. And they have their own interest. And that's why I started by asking us to think about and reflect why our problems are so interconnected. Like, show me one country in Africa that does not have an aspect of corruption, and will for sure move there the next day. Show me one country in Africa that young people are not profiled and arrested every other day. You know? And then it all comes back to governance. And this is why for me, as I end this, I'd want us to think, after this, what does borderless Africa mean to us? Maybe we just want to abolish all these borders and decide, you know what? This was a white man's agenda. Let us stay with our borders, and because our politicians are people of small egos, give them the chief titles And we can have the chief of the West, the chief of the North, you know? And at the end of the day, we have to ask ourselves, even the grants we get, do they really serve the objective they need to serve? We must move beyond boardroom decision to communal change through our creative work. Thank you. My name is Shiko Kihika.
Yo. I felt that one. I'm like here, like feelings, like emotional. Yeah, you guys did all right with our little exercise this time. You did all right, so I'm not going to ask you to do it again. You did, but that was deep. For the next part section, we're going to first have Maurice Ortiedo coming up, and he's going to do a little presentation. Then that's going to segue nicely into a path chat that's going to take place, a panel discussion on renewing and dignifying African narratives. Give us the language. So just give him a round of applause as he comes on. Just a reminder that our hashtag is Africa Renewing. So on X and everywhere else, Africa Renewing.
Thank you, Larry. I don't know how to come back after Shiko's discussion where it's challenging us for all the things we are doing and how far we could utilize the power that we have to change the world. So my name is Maurice Otieno. I'm Executive Director at Baraza Media Lab. Before I speak, like my previous presenters, I'll try and use audio visuals to explain what we do. So we'll start with a presentation of what Baraza is, basically. So Baraza, for those who don't know, for my Swahili speaking friends here, I know Tanzanians do that better than I do, so they'll try and help if my Swahili is bad. But Baraza means a meeting spot. It means a meeting space for people to basically discuss some of their challenges within the community. I'll just speak through the presentation as they are setting it up. So how we started actually was through a research. And this research was based out of the 2017 contested elections in Kenya. And one of the things, as all elections in Kenya, they have all been contested, sorry. It's not like this one was specific or special. But the 2017 one was contested, and one funder decided to say, why? Why do we always have elections contested, and what is the role of media and the creative space? So when they conducted this research, they found a couple of things. One is that media and creative space income are shrinking significantly because the business model is being disrupted by social media platforms, Netflix, and all that. You know, the way we used to produce movies and distribute is changing, right? The way we produce, creative arts, like, for example, if you have some form of graphic design that you want to distribute, it's changing now with things like AI, right? So when they did that, so that's one thing. The second thing they discovered was ownership of media. Like any other place, Kenya was not unique. Media houses were owned by the rich, the politicians, or connected to the rich and politicians. And lastly, the trust. Trust was eroded completely from within the media space. So media did not trust themselves. Creatives don't trust themselves within their spaces, you know. And also the silo mentality, where they worked a lot by themselves. So I'm not saying something that is new to you guys. This is something that we face every single time in Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, Mozambique, whichever country you're in. This is the same kind of things that we face. So one of the things that they decided to say is, let's set up a space, a physical space that will try to tackle all this through a couple of things. One of the things is programs. So we do programs because we notice that the technology is changing. You know, right now everything is about AI, right? A few years ago, everything was about podcasting. It was a new thing. You know, then Patreon and Substack and all these are platforms, so creators want how to use it, right? So it keeps on changing. So we also have to keep on updating talent very fast as technology is changing. So programs is one thing that we do. One of the things that I'm very passionate about is data storytelling. We don't care if you're a journalist. Have you ever seen someone use a TikTok account to tell a story of corruption in 3 seconds through data? And that's the things that excites us, because people now consume 3 seconds worth of content, right? So why would we keep them to watch news for 1 hour? at 7:30. They can receive that through TikTok, 3 seconds, using data that is verified, and they tell those stories. So we don't care if you're a journalist. What we need to tell you is how do you use the data that you have to tell that story well. So that's one of the programs. And you do events. So some of the things for us to trust, for us to know each other, like this, I know I'll live here with a couple of friends that I trust now because I've met you, right? And that's the power of events that we do at the space. And one of the biggest events that we've done, or convenings, is called Africa Media Festival, which we did earlier on this year, February. It's hard to imagine, Larry, that you were in Nairobi 9 months ago. But we did that because we said for Africa to trust each other and for us to trust ourselves, we need to do this kind of convenings, multiple of them. We're not saying Africa Media Festival is the only one. We should do actually 10 Africa Media Festivals in a year, if possible, if funding allows, and if you all have time to come. So that's convenings. Then we do research. And because we ourselves are a baby of research, we focus on everything that we do on research. One of the research we're doing right now is how social media influencers used it to influence elections in Kenya. Very interesting. Because more than often we talk about disinformation, misinformation, in silos and boardrooms, as Shiko was talking about it, and people don't know the influence. When an influencer that you're looking forward to goes up and talks about, the favorite politician. So I'll pause there. Keep that thought in mind, because tech is now working. I just wanted to give you a bit snapshot of what Baraza is and how it is on a daily basis. You can play the video. And that's not my phone. And it's true, that was a real meeting. It was not a lie. We were having a serious meeting, by the way. Sorry, we'll pause there because there's something interesting that I want to tell you. So the space was, everything that is happening at Baraza was not built by us just waking up and seeing that this is how the space should look like. This was something that we did over community interactions, and since today's theme is about reimagining what community is, for us, everything that we do within the space, including the events, are usually led by the community. So the guys are the ones who said, this is the space, this is how we want it to look like, these are the things we want within the space, this is the kind of programming that we want to have, and they are the ones who curate events within the space. We host about 25 to 30 events a month within the space, average attendance of 50 to 60 people. Mostly creatives, so that's journalists, writers, podcasters, and all this curated by the community. We do like 2 or 3 events a month. Then the rest is the community, because what we notice is that the power of community, as one of the speakers said, is not, it's basically to remove the headache of you thinking about their solutions. If they know where the shoe, as my mom says, where the shoe presses, There's a Luo saying that says, where the owner of the shoe is the one who knows where the shoe presses, right? So why do we want to go and tell them the size of the shoe if they're the ones who wear the shoe? So they come and curate the events within the space. I'll show you a last one of how we use now community to curate local solutions, where we do mostly hackathons for media and creative space. Because more than often on the continent, and the narratives that we got is that anything that relates to tech is fintech, agri-tech, and that's where the investors go to, right? For us, we are changing the narrative by saying technology and creative space also needs, technology and the creative space also needs some fusing with technology, right? Media and creative space needs fusing with technology. And we do these hackathons where earlier on this year, we had some people who are hacking on how to distribute podcasting or podcasts through a feature phone. You don't need to have a smartphone. And somebody hacked it. Somebody hacked it in such a way that you could do, I don't know if you have shortcodes in your country where you do *286#. So you do that on a feature phone and you receive a voice note. The way you can receive a voice left over on your phone and you can listen to a podcast even if you're in rural Malawi or if you're in rural Zambia. You don't need a smartphone. They came up with some other technologies around how do we center people with disabilities while consuming podcasting. For example, I know podcast is, people don't understand what it is. Is it visual? Is it audio? Is it radio? What's the difference between vlog and podcasting? There's a lot of questions, right? But for them, they were looking at, if I am deaf, can I see transcriptions on this podcast? If I am, let's say, blind, what are the for sound engineers in the room, what are the sound kind of waves that can be good for people who have some hearing problems? And those are some of the innovative solutions that we had. And I'll move on, because it's okay, no worries. But I'll move on to reimagining disruption, right? For us, as the media and the creative space has been disrupted by distribution, not mostly, and now a bit of creation, right? So somebody said some time back, like, there'll be no longer interest in terms of, you cannot introduce yourself, I'm a writer, because ChatGPT can write too. That's what somebody said, right? But what ChatGPT and the AI platforms cannot do is to piece the stories and humanize it, and personalize it in such a way that it explains where I'm from, the feeling that I'm having. It can't do that. So I think the technologies right now are asking us to do better as creators. They're asking us to dig deep in our humane and humanity space and bring it out. So it will no longer matter what platform you're sharing it on. What will matter is how deep and how expressive you can be in your writing or in your skill or in your creative genres, right? So, yes, I'll bring it up. Sorry, I'll just continue talking because I think it's probably the same. So what we've done within the space, we've come up with some disruptions within the space. Kenya has become a very good hotbed for technology testing. WorldCoin is being tested in Kenya, Cambridge Analytica was tested in Kenya, then perfected in the US and the UK elections. What else is being tested there? Now they're trying to test like digital IDs, to see if it can work, where you can just scan your fingerprint and that's your whole ID, your driver's license and everything. I mean, they're forward thinking. But the thing is like, what happens with our data in that space? So what we've tried to do within the space is to try and innovate also within the space. One of the things that we did is around misinformation. We started a collective where we brought in 20 media houses together, or media-related organizations together, to basically fight misinformation and disinformation. Because misinformation travels faster, right, than the truth. So what we did is basically say, can we amplify fact checks? Then we have a chatbot that we should be releasing soon, where a WhatsApp chatbot, where basically you learn what misinformation is. Because misinformation, if you say it that way to your uncle at the farm, they'll be like, what is that? Is that not a lie? They know lies and truth, right? So what we've done is using the WhatsApp, where all our uncles and aunties consume misinformation, is where we teach them how to consume the right information or how to ask the critical questions. Why? How? Who is sending this? And why now, right? But the way we do that is because they go through these levels where they learn about misinformation, and then they get 1 GB data. Because what we know they need most, they don't want to learn about misinformation, they want to get the 1 GB data. But we are gamifying it, where they learn, they get the 1 GB data, or vouchers from your shopping malls, where they can go and shop. And we've seen an increase in how people are consuming information. We are so happy to see, like in other WhatsApp groups, and I'll share screenshots later, where in a community WhatsApp group, somebody shared wrong information, and somebody shared our kind of flyer, say, no, verify it first. I was like, good, it's working, right? But we even cascaded that down. Even as creators, how do we cascade that down to relevant people of the future generation, kids? How do you teach your kids about misinformation and how to consume information? Because that's going to be their pandemic. For us right now, we have a couple of years, probably 30, 40 or 50 other years, and we are gone, right? These guys have another whole lifetime. How do we teach them to be consumers of information in an integral way? Then Baraza in itself is community Africa Media Festival. Let me go to Renewal by Disruption. I've talked about Fumbua. The 3 that I'm leaving there, which is our incubation, is where we test completely in terms of technology and the disruption we can make. So Shahara is, we've played around with a Swahili word meaning mshahara. Mshahara is salary. So we remove the M, because Kenya has all M's, M-Pesa, M-Farm, M-What. So we remove the M, and you just remain with Shahara. And what Shahara is a video on-demand platform. The challenge they're trying to solve is most content creators in Africa, specifically, I'm calling out in Africa and Global South, are being marginalized on how they get paid on platforms like YouTube, right? You don't know how the CPMs are calculated. You produce at least 4 videos, 10 minutes each a week, and you get about $400 a month. That's crazy, right? And you're being taken advantage of, because the platforms do make money on the continent, but they don't give it back to you. Now, instead of fighting them, Shahara said, I'll create this platform where social media influencers will put their videos, they'll share it to their community, and people will pay. They'll pay as low as 1 shilling. But at least I have my account where I can see from this 1 shilling, I've earned 70 cents, 30 cents have gone to the platform. So it's very clear. He tested it with one social media influencer called Maxime Wabosha, lifestyle social media influencer. And in 6 weeks, the lady made $1,200, 5 times more than what she's made on YouTube. If you want to check Maxine Wabosha on YouTube, she's big in Kenya. And she does not make much on YouTube. But on this platform, which is a test, she made the much that she could make. So that's Shahara. Since they launched, they got investment from Sauti Sol, a Kenyan boys, or was a Kenyan boys band, or now men band. But now they have kind of gone aside and they're coming, like Destiny's Child, separate, then they'll come back. I hope they'll come back. They also since got investment from John Alan Namu, who's an investigative journalist. And the reason being, for him, investigative journalism does not pay that much. Most people don't want to pay adverts for that. But on Shahara, people pay for it. Interesting story is that our previous president was involved in storing money in very questionable accounts, and he investigated that. But the president did not want to answer. So he put it up on YouTube. The video got like about, I think, 2,000 views within three hours. He pulled it out and put it on Shahara, which he invested in, and he got over, I think, 10,000 views. And that means it's 10,000 times 10 shillings. That's what he got. So he got money back to be able to do more investigative pieces. Sauti Sol invested in it basically because they wanted to do their behind the scenes that they can put on the platform. Because everyone wants to see what the celebrities are doing behind the scenes, right? So they get cash out of that too, which they will not probably get much from YouTube. I'll rush over the 2. WikiLeaks. So corruption. Somebody talked about corruption across Africa. What we've done is corruption that sometimes does not have a face. We just say the government is corrupt, the ministry of this is corrupt, but there's no face to it. So what WikiLeaks is an extension. If you have an Android phone or Android, or you can download the extension on your PC. What it does is that if you download it and Mutembei Karaoke here is corrupt, and you Google his name, Mutembei Karaoke, it will be highlighted in green, saying that this person has been mentioned in corruption in these other places. Our way of these guys, what they are trying to do is to put a face to corruption, so that we stop hiding under names and organizations. And if you click on their name, it tells you all the newspaper articles and government data on where they've been mentioned as corrupt. This is our way of fighting corruption as the media and the creative space. And lastly, it's Semabox. Semabox is a podcasting studio. Now they have their own distribution platform called Wazo. And it's interesting because they started during COVID. Now they're in 3 countries. They're in partnership. They're opening up in UG. They're in SA and Kenya. They have produced over 500 new podcasts. Their main idea is to be able to build a space for more podcasters, make podcasting very easy for you. So you just come in, record, and in under 48 hours, you get your podcast back, edited. And what they have done is they have produced over 500 with over 30 million listens cumulatively. And this is since 2019. And they've worked with big brands. One of the things that is interesting about them is now they host the biggest show than even mainstream show called the Social Newsroom. They're the only ones who invited and actually interviewed the Israeli and the Palestinian ambassador live on TV, as they were both there recently. No mainstream media has done that yet in Kenya. And mainly because they are young people who are, very flexible and fast. And as you said, Chico, they don't really care or give a hoot about it, right? Just knock all doors and do what they are doing. That's it in terms of what Baraza is and how we are reimagining community and using disruption to basically center our narratives as Africans and some of the challenges we are facing, like corruption, but using creative ways. Thank you. Now I'll start to invite our esteemed panel for the next session. I'll invite back Shiko back on stage, and you can whistle as she comes up. I'll invite back Olga, continue whistling and snapping. Good, good, good. I will invite on stage Faisal. Yeah. I know we have one last speaker, I swear. Yeah? Dennis? Oh, sorry. Yeah, welcome back. Do you mind if you sit over there so that we just mix and match? It's not like we are segregating women on the side, please. That looks better. Thanks. Yeah, at least it's mix and match, It was as if we were you against us. That's not the case. So I will give everyone like 2 seconds, literally, to introduce yourself and what you do in 2 seconds. Start, Chico.
So he said ladies first.
Yes.
I think I've introduced myself, but just to say it again, my name is Shiko Kihika from Kenya, a human rights activist and a proud one for that matter.
My name is Olga Chitroncho. I'm a recovering venture capitalist. Recently started dipping my toes in the creator economy, so yes, happy to be here.
Thank you.
My name is Nkumi. I'm from Tanzania. I'm a media producer and I'm an activist. Supporting myself, yeah. And I'm so much into puppets right now.
Nice.
Critical content. Yeah.
Hi everyone, my name is Faisal Malik. I'm a wildlife filmmaker. I'm Kenyan and I publish wildlife profitable books with augmented reality as well. Happy to be here again. I was here in 2019 when it was in Mombasa. And happy to see some old faces and making new friends too.
Thank you. I like the way you both introduce yourself as we are activists. Shouldn't we all be activists, right? We're all activists in our own nature. The level is what differs, And actually we should also be activists because activism is basically an active citizen, right? Cool. So Koyo gave us a very interesting topic, which I do like because we all talk about narratives, right? And basically the topic today was renewing and dignifying African narratives. And then he said, hashtag, give us the language. That was his hashtag. And we met during breakfast because we are that panel of very serious people. So we met during breakfast to discuss this topic. And we started asking about what is narratives? You know, we hear all this jargon. What is narratives? You know, and some of this jargon is usually either led by somebody who can speak very eloquently and well, or sometimes the founders, or sometimes some research, you know. So we wanted to explain what narratives is from our point of view. Should we start with you, Faisal, again?
I think for me it's pretty simple. Narrative is telling the story from your heart. We as Africans, from our perspective, not trying to ape other cultures or other lifestyles or trying to copy that to tell that story, because you can't. That, to me, that, to sum it up, that is what narrative is.
Thank you. Kobe?
Yeah, I'll stick to the same.
Same now?
It's from a personal, the way I'll put it, from a personal experiences. And when you put it in a story, so it can be from a local way, in the sense of like from a family level, can go to a community level, can go to a regional level, and even a global level. So a narrative can be, to my point of view, can be defined in that way. Yeah.
And since they say the same thing, both of them, we'll come back to you guys, because this is not going to be one of those boring panels where we just talk and you listen. You're also going to participate. That's where you took your breakfast. Next. Do you want to go?
Yeah, I like that you've added the layer of the global level, because we know I think we know that African proverb, until the lion learns how to write the story, it will always until the lion learns to write, the story will always glorify the hunter. Yes, that's
perfect.
The one. I think for so long, when we talk about Africa and narratives, I just think poverty porn, right? Which is the child eating some food from somewhere, and there's
the fly on the
that
mouth.
One single fly.
Yeah. There's always that fly.
The celebrity fly, right? And even me as an African, I'm like, first wait, what? There's an interesting story. So last year, towards the end of last year into the start of this year, there was an Ebola outbreak in Uganda. And at that time, I was working at Future Africa. So one of the consultants we were working with, is like, I've finished my consulting gig and I want to come check out East Africa, because I haven't been. I've only been to South Africa. People who tell you they've been to Africa and they say South Africa, but like, South Africa is not really Africa, but okay.
Don't go there, please.
So like I told you, I said I'm a recovering venture capitalist. So I say things, and sometimes Lona is not here to restrain me, so I'm just going to be unhinged. So it's like, but the Ebola. And I'm like, do I look like I have Ebola? Why would I be calling you to come to an Ebola-infested country, right? So he gets on a plane and he comes to Uganda. I think he was supposed to spend 2 weeks. He ended up spending 3 months. Like, he exhausted his visa, which is 3 months, crossed over to Kenya, and then came back to Uganda for an extra month, because that's how good it was, right? So I think for so long, the Western media has played this role in painting Africa's narrative, and it goes back to that proverb, right? Like, who's telling the story, and what's the agenda behind that story?
It's very interesting you talk about Ebola, because I think as Africa, we've kind of learned how to deal with these things for a while. That COVID happened, and the Western world and the global North were like, whoa, we're all going to die. Oh, what will happen to Africa? Then we were just there like, no, we've dealt with Ebola, man. We've survived these kind of things. But anyway, that's kind of the narrative that's being pushed, that we cannot even help ourselves when global pandemic happened. Nekesa, what is narratives to you? So you thought I was going to let you go. You're going to answer. What is narratives?
Wow, Morris. So for me, it's a version of events where it may be true, or it may just be your truth, or it may be completely false. And where it's completely false, it's probably towards a certain desired outcome. So narratives can be extremely powerful because the holder of the narrative and the audience that they're able to get to receive determines how widespread that narrative can be. So it's an extremely powerful tool.
Thank you. So the other question we also asked ourselves during breakfast was, again, Koyo said something about narratives and dignity, right? And for us, what we questioned ourselves, what is, first of all, who is it for, these narratives? Who's the creator? Who is it for, right? And what is the intended purpose? Is something that we need to investigate. If you're talking about dignity and to reimagine it, it means that maybe it does not have dignity, right, in the first place right now, and we need to reimagine it because it was better. Now we need to think of it in anew, right? So we started asking ourselves, for who and by who? Do you want to go, Shiko?
Yeah, and I think I want to look at it this way. Like I said, smiling, so I'm going to face this way. But I'm going to look at this way. Who finances our stories? And what do they want to get from them? And in most cases, they want the sad story, the malnourished African child story, so that they keep their work afloat and they get more money to support an African child, yet the recurring expenditures remain in their offices and not supporting that African child. And I think one thing that also came out in our discussion earlier was, if you go deeper and look at the stories, and especially when people are fundraising for Africa, they have a story they tell. Probably not because we do not tell our stories better, but simply because we do not tell our stories the way they want them. All right. That's why even after every report you write, there's challenges and what should be done. And then what should be done turns to a whole different thing because the challenge will be made bigger than it looks. And I think for me, finding who we are telling our stories for, and we have to start with ourselves. And I think the word community has been thrown here again and again. And we have to look at it from how communal is our work and the solutions that we're giving. And I think Maurice has put out where the community says, this is what we want because this is what our problem is. But then who is financing our work? And that's where the conversation of growing a culture that art is not for free should come from, where you have to pay also the same way. So that in Kenya, people are always asked again and again, when you introduce yourself and say, I'm an artist, sorry, what is the next thing that comes to mind? But what do you do for a living? Yeah? So I don't want to go there and say, I'm a creative, and then someone goes like, but what do you do for a living so that you pay your bills and do everything? It means we have a culture where art is still not a source of livelihood. It's still not something that community feels like they need, and I think that's where we need to go back to.
Just before we let go of that trail of thought, Faisal, you're a filmmaker, right? That's what you do, right?
Yes.
What other thing do you do?
Sorry?
What other? Too soon. So Faisal is a filmmaker, right? And we talk about paying for art, right? As a culture that we need to push, as a narrative also. Because that's within us as Africans. We see artistry or creativity as not the main thing, as the other thing that you do, right? And when we were talking, you're talking about there's a lot of platforms and opportunities for people to pay, right? Yeah. The same way that you go and pay your lawyer. You've never asked your lawyer, what do you do, right? You pay. You never asked your accountant, Like, oh, you're an accountant, yes. What else do you do? What did you study to keep yourself alive? You know, so, but artists, you ask them that, right? So what are these platforms? What are the opportunities there that you found for that pay you and pay you really well?
So I think first I'll just make it clear here, I earn a living from film production. Okay, there's nothing else I do. I earn a living from film production and producing coffee table books. I run a company called Visual Africa Films. I've been in the business from 2011, but in the industry from 2002. So it is possible. You can do it. I have a degree in business, and maybe that's what helps me. So this documentary that he's been talking about, later on in the day we will be screening it, Elephants of Selenke, so it'd be great if you could all watch it as well. It wasn't funded. It wasn't my money. I didn't put in money. Partnerships. Reached out to people, to companies, and got partnerships to get it going. Why? Because we wanted to tell this story. I'm not going to tell you the story here because I don't want to spoil it for you. But we wanted to tell the story, and of course, in an African way, from a Kenyan perspective, through Kenyan eyes. So if we were to wait for funding, like we're talking about, it first takes forever to get the grants. And then when you get the money in, of course, your arms are twisted. And if somebody's giving you money and says, this is how I want you to do it, you're not going to argue. So yeah, the platforms, we launched it in July last year. We were supposed to have done a much bigger launch, but unfortunately our partners couldn't. Financial constraints and challenges limited us, but we at Alliance Française, we did a premiere. That was in July after filming for 6 months and editing for a year. Yeah, took quite a bit of edit work because we were even working on our book. After this, we're gonna publish the book, Elephants of Selenke, very soon. The master copy is ready now. It's just a matter of going to print. So in March this year, we are now aggressively started looking out because you have to monetize your content. I'm sorry, if you're an artist, say you have a passion for art, passion doesn't pay the bills. You have to look at it from a business perspective as well, what's going to put food on the table for you. So as of March, we're already on 5 platforms. We're on Amazon Prime Video. We're on Tubi. We just got onto Signverse. We just got onto, and this is exciting, there's a new channel that has come up, the Africa Diaspora Channel TV. That's a new channel that just got launched, which again, the diaspora, that's a big market for us guys. Keep that in mind. And Stash TV. So yeah, there's possibilities. It's looking good. By the end of the year, the quarter, we'll know how well we've done. Shahara that you were talking about, I think that's brilliant. You know, because that's something that we've actually been thinking about, and maybe I'd like to have more conversations with you about that. So there is possibilities. Yes, if you don't get the grants, be clever about it. Partnerships. You know, I'll be very open with you. We pitched to Canon when we really wanted to do this. We pitched to Canon and they loved it. And the guys said, come, take whatever you want. You know, so that helped us shoot with 4K cameras and a range of lenses. So you just got to look at which doors to knock on, partnerships. There's a CSR angle to it. Proceeds from the sales, from licensing is going towards the Adopt an Acre project at the Selenke Conservancy, where they need like $35 an acre per year to keep the spaces open for elephants. So we have committed to support that through that. So because it's important. If those open spaces goes, I can't start shooting wildlife in cities, can I? So yeah.
Anyone wants to chime in?
Yeah. So the point of funding is very key, and again, the person
I'm
who's
sure you had to talk about money.
the person talking about money. So something interesting that I sort of picked up from that world that I'm transitioning out of is the importance of local capital, right? I think for most of us creatives, yeah, if you talk to your parents about, I want to be a DJ or I want to do interior design, they're like doctor, lawyer, engineer. Painting doesn't fall in these categories, right? So I think that has also created a narrative into how we, well, that generation, and I guess also some of the young people, look at the creator like economy, right? Because if your grandparents say those are the three viable professions passed on to parents, parents pass it on to etc. If there's no buy-in from the local context to be like, let's actually put together money to fund this thing, some of the creations that we come up with won't see the light of day. But I like that there is this amazing shift that we're starting to see. I think, how many watched The Black Book?
Why are you
Put up
lifting
your
it?
hand with confidences. The Black Book. It was number 1 on Netflix. Nigeria. It's a Nigeria. Of course, the Nigerians are like a whole other category away from us. So it was number 1 on Netflix for a while. It went global number 1. Like people in South Korea, after watching Squid Games, they came to watch our content, right? So it means that there is a global hunger for new content. And the people that pull together the resources are, I think, one of the co-founders of Paystack. There's a whole VC firm that's like, hey, we can actually fund this thing and get our returns, right? So there's also that shift that's starting to emerge. I think because a few courageous people who refuse to listen to their parents went ahead of us and have created this new opportunity space. Next year, Afrexim Bank is going to commit $1 billion to the creator economy, right? Sony Innovation Fund committed $10 million, and someone is like, but $10 million is like payroll, so that the movie doesn't get produced because it's just paying salaries. So I think there is a viable market because some people choose to be courageous. And I think where you create value, people follow, right? Like Canon, for instance, seeing the value that shooting your documentary created. So once you're able to take like that leap of faith and create that use case for where the money goes and this is the return, you're able to attract more resources. But it's not easy.
Yeah, I think I'll talk about my experience from what Faisal has spoken about. When it comes to content and monetization and all the things that we create, I think from my personal experiences, from what we produce critical content. It's very, very hard to monetize critical content because maybe the government doesn't want to hear it, and most platforms don't want to put them up. I remember from my experience, we were, after the funding, we produced several episodes, and we were like moving to these TV stations, some of the platforms, and we are giving them this content for free. And by the end of the day, it's like, I think maybe you should alter the content. So it's pretty, to us, it's a bit of a challenge, like, with what we do. That's why we have like other sources of, personally we have other sources of income. I'm a storyboard artist, I work on commercials. So it's like, apart from the content that I create, which is like I can say that it's very hard to commercialize. There's another way that, some other ways that we survive in the sense of like music videos and other things. So it's
diversify.
Yes, when you come back to narrative, I think it's tricky in a way. I can say that, yeah.
The question I've been asking is like, yes, we can push for narratives, but at the end of the day, narratives can't pay for themselves, right? So the balance of narratives and sustainability is also something we've kept on asking ourselves. Even I'm coming back to you guys because I'm seeing you're now on your phones. Let me just come back and give you microphones. Please avoid looking at me because I'll give you the mic. And the question that we kept on asking, like right now in Kenya, we're really working hard to export our talent. So the president is doing shuttles all over Europe to send Kenyans to go work abroad. And that's the narrative, that abroad is better than local, you know. Anyway, that's my political side. So I'm going to give you the microphone. And one thing that I would like you to do is just say what dignity is for you. And you can ask the panelists a question, right? We have less than 5 minutes. This is not their time now, it's your time. So stop, just look at me, Liz. I see you're not trying to look at me. I'll give you the mic. So the question is what dignity is for you. One question to the panel. Then I'll go on that side again and give a mic to someone. Look at you, just look at me. Look at me. No, I'll give it to you. I saw you nod.
Well, I don't have a question, and also I was not on my phone. Yeah, but I think dignity for me is being able to create work that that I can be proud of, and it's the narrative that I want to tell. Yeah, so it's not being forced by the hand that gives me money to say the thing that I do not want to say. Yeah, so that's what dignity is.
And she was not on her phone. I just picked on her because she's a friend. The hands? Now you're volunteering, right? There's a gentleman over there, then you come.
Oh, good afternoon. Okay, should I go? Yeah. Hello, my name is Sizo Shope. I'm from Eswatini. I come from a country where not so long ago we had an unrest that wasn't covered by the media. There were no stories coming out of Eswatini, and Swazi artists were not speaking for themselves as well. There was a few people that managed to speak, you know, and we saw an opportunity to gather artists in Eswatini. We created spaces, and to me, dignity is bringing these people together and see how we better tell stories. And I was happy to see to listen earlier where one of the panelists was talking about using cartoons or using artistry to share their narrative. So to me, dignity is, you know, giving artists this opportunity and working with them in a way where we shape our stories in Eswatini and be able to tell our stories in a more creative way, in a more way that even the government cannot see, you know, but the world can listen to us. So that's pretty much me. Yeah.
Thank you so much. So guys, let's keep it to less than 1 minute because we are out of time. So you'll ask, then Jay. Yep. No, you can ask. Still time. No worries. Then there's one more hand over here, and there's one more hand there. Then we are done. Right? Go, please.
Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. So dignity for me is staying true to myself, having the ability to make an impact with my art and making a legacy, while being honest to myself and creating a relationship with my audience through authentic, you know, creativity. And it's being fearless, it's being a leader. That's how I personally describe dignity. Thank you.
So I have no dignity, so I can't comment on that. But I have more of a challenge than a question, and this kind of goes to the room and not just the panelists, but about controlling our narratives and the importance and the risks of doing that. I think most of you probably saw about a month ago, Mr. Beast released his videos about doing 100 wells across Africa, right? And I think the good that was done of those 100 wells and the 350 kids in the one village that they provided solar panels from are massively outweighed by the 140 million people who watch those videos of kids with flies on their face and believing that Africans have no access to water, and ignoring the fact that the way that he found that village was through the teacher in the rural village who has 5 million followers on TikTok, and that they have Starlink at the school. And so as filmmakers and creators, I think it's important to us to control our narratives and also to encourage those who come into our community to create narratives that reflect who we can be and who we're becoming, not the tropes that have existed for decades.
Let's give him a round of applause, man. Then we go to you, and then there's the last one over there.
All right. Dignity is the highest level of self-respect and self-worth that no matter which circumstances you're in as a creator, you will not fonder your identity. That goes down to, let's say when you get a funder and they want to control what you're producing, there is a way to work around it because you have that dignity in yourself and in the content you're creating.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Last, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. To me, maybe before I define what dignity is, but it has just reminded me in 2001, I attended an international youth conference in Indonesia, and we were only 3 blacks. Then there's someone from Germany who came to me and said, I would love to see one day when you do a film called Dignity of the Colonized Man. Dignity of the Colonized Man. And I think you guys, you can still do that. But to me, dignity is when I live my dream. When I live my dream, I will have that particular dignity. I won't present myself as a beggar. The reason why we don't have our own dignity, we are told what to do, how to do it, among other things. So Africans, we are like containers filled with dirty water. So we need to pour away that dirty water. That's the only way we can have dignity as Africans.
That's powerful. So as you heard it, not from the panelists, but from yourselves. Dignity is multiple things for different people, but summarize this: freedom, there's what else? Power, agency, in what you define as dignity, right? If we had more time, it would be very interesting for us to tie the dots between dignity, sustainability, right, and narratives. But I think those 3 things are the ones that have been mentioned on this floor multiple times. And more than often, we emphasize on one and miss out on the other, right? We emphasize on narratives, we miss out on how is it sustainable. We emphasize on sustainability and we lose out on dignity. Or we emphasize so much on dignity and we lose out on sustainability. So those are the questions that you can ponder on as you are here to see how that ties in. I would like to give my panelists 1 minute each, and I'll stand next to you so that if you talk long, I'll take the mic. Please go. Start that side. So Faisal, sorry, it's your turn. Seems a lot of pressure on you. Are you okay? Am I taking away your dignity?
No, you're not. I think for me, it's since I just have a minute, very quickly, is let's tell our own stories through our own voices. Let's not get, I'm sorry to use the term, bullied into, because we're giving you the grant of this is the way we do it, you have to do it. No, we need to tell African stories through African eyes, through an African perspective, and positive stories. There's a lot of positivity in our continent, yeah? Enough of the doom and gloom of Africa. We need to celebrate our heritage and our culture, which is very rich, and not let others tell our stories for us. Let's tell our stories our way, through our eyes.
Thank you.
For me, is to say Africa is beautiful, our story is great, and it's beautiful. And we must learn to tell our stories in our own languages. And the beauty of African story is that it has a lot of diversity and richness into it, including corruption. But but the beauty of it is that we have a way that we can tell our story that no one else can tell, and that hope is not lost. But also to add that this conversation will still continue on Twitter Spaces as from Monday. So please make sure to tune in and be present when it's happening.
Okay, I have my own mic. Yes. So to me, maybe I'll just wrap it up in a way, in the sense of like technology is cheap right now when it comes to storytelling compared to the last 20 years, 30 years. And there's something you said earlier on your first presentation when it comes to who controls the narratives, maybe these big media houses and all that. But right now is like anybody with a smartphone, anybody with a cheap camera can go out and create a positive story. And apart from that, and I think there's a lot of things that we have to unlearn as storytellers, because there are invisible rules out there that I think they bind us to present our stories in a certain way. So I think there's a lot that we have to think as storytellers, and there's a lot to unlearn. Thank you.
Right. Pressure is the last guy. I think we all know that Africa is currently going through this, renaissance, right? Lona, did I say that right? Yes, yeah, renaissance. So as we go through this renaissance, I think it's important for us to reflect on where we've come from. Because again, one of the risks that, pointed, Jay, it's Jay? Yes. Jay pointed at the back is the risks, right? We also stand the risk of losing so much if we don't know where we've come from and who we are. I think identity is very key as we undergo these changes and undergo this renaissance, essentially, right? On the one hand, yes, technology is emerging, young population, it's great, but there's also another side to the story, which is a shrinking older population. These are the people that ran through wars which we never experienced, right? And unfortunately, they're passing on, and part of that cultural heritage is disappearing. So chances are we'll wind up back to where we started. So I think it's about that balance of knowing where we came from, where we are now, but also the countless possibilities of, what lies ahead. Yeah.
And with that,
Afro optimism. Lona, is that another buzzword? I was told.
With that, we close this panel. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for being part of the panel. And give it back to Larry. Thank you.
I see you guys are up with the program. I had the whistling. I did not get your relations though. No, now together. 1, 2, 3, go. So I like the part where it says, give us the language, because I'm going to say what dignity is in Chishona. Am I allowed to say that? No? I should keep quiet? No? Okay, I'm going to say it anyway. It's actually called Chiremerera. And it turns out there's a huge song in Zimbabwe called Chiremerera. It's the biggest song in Zimbabwe. One of its lyrics, and one that I'm going to talk about, I'm going to mention here, is what it talks about. It says, you worry about the little stick in my eye, and you don't worry about the log in yours. But it goes on to say, what gives him dignity is the fact that where he's put, he has been installed. He didn't choose that position. So there's a lot of dignity in as far as having your own stories to tell. It's your story that every moment that you've lived in your life has brought you to this moment where you are part of the cultural storytelling of the people that you represent in your section of Africa. Dap.
Hello. I actually have a thing. I don't really like talking into microphones. I don't know why, but here we go. Thank you all for having me here today. And I've been taking all of these notes on the back of the invitation letter from Hivos. Just quickly, I am Suzanne Mieko Thompson Wambua. I have a lot of names now. I'm the Senior Program Manager of the art program at the Trust for Indigenous Culture and Health in Kenya. Basically what that means is I listen to artists and creatives in Kenya and people in the cultural sector, so a lot of traditional elders that I have the privilege to get to know. And I try to find ways of saying yes and making things happen and holding space for them to create and to talk. So in my session, I guess is what we'll call this, I first wanted to kind of bring us down a bit, because there's a lot that we've learned from these conversations, and my head is spinning. So I wanted to just do a couple of exercises that we do in all our TICA programs, whether it's a residency or a workshop or whatever. So just a couple of quick things. So if you want to get comfortable, I'll try not to flash you. Ugh. So we could just take a couple of minutes to just ground ourselves, bring ourselves back into this space, just to be with each other. You can close your eyes, you can pick a spot on the wall. We're just going to take a couple minutes. And all those things that you're thinking of that you need to do, maybe you're thinking of your presentation coming up, just imagine it as a bubble and let it float off. If you can, feel the energy of your neighbor. Just feel the energy in this room, in this community. Pops up, put it in a bubble, let it float off. Okay, if you want to come back, open your eyes. Welcome back, everyone. I hope that helped bring some peace to you. So we always start all of our meetings this way. It just helps to ground us, helps to bring us into the space, leave the baggage outside in the hall, just so we can be more present with each other. The next thing we always do is we do introductions. And so I know that, well, a lot of you already know each other, but when you've been meeting, say, new people like me, it's always, hi, I'm Suzanne, I work at TICA, or hi, right? It's always what you do, not really who you are. And so we like to do a little bit of both. So we've already done, I feel like a lot of you have already done the first part. So I'd like for you to turn to your neighbor or whoever and tell them something weird about yourself. Matembe is giving me a look. You could do it. All right, shall we come back? This is what always happens. It's hard to get people back. People really want to talk about how weird they are. It's great. All right. How was that? Interesting, huh? So we do these two things, the meditation, the grounding, and questions like this intentionally. For us at Tika, everything is relationship. Relationship is foundational. And it's really, you can't really build relationships when it's just about work. You know, like we need to like connect with each other as people. And having those questions like, what's weird about you? Like you feel like you connect with someone in a different place. And that's really like the first start of building these like stronger connections with each other. I don't know if anybody wants to share what they think is, oh, yes! That was very fast.
You should have like a rosé, you know what I mean? Something gentle, you know, a gin and tonic, right? And both of us were like, yeah, whiskey. And we're like, oh, we should have whiskey later. So thank you very much for setting up our little girly happy hour later. Thank you. And everybody else is welcome to join, of course. The Whisketeers, like the Musketeers, the Whisketeers. Thank you.
No, that's great. This is exactly what happens. When we ask these questions, particularly about the weird thing, it always ends up being like kind of a opening question for something bigger. Something else happens. It's never just about the thing that you say or that you think is weird about you. It's always something else, and it leads down this rabbit hole, and then all of a sudden you've got this strange bond with this person that you barely know, which is really fun, I think. So this is a very Tika practice, those two things. So yeah, let me tell you a little bit about Tika. So it's the Trust for Indigenous Culture and Health. So it's a Kenyan organization that's 20 years old this year. And it works on holistic health. So not just the body, but the mind, the spirit, community, the environment. Like all these things together is holistic health. You can't really separate them. And the through line for everything that we do in holistic health is culture. And if you think about it, this makes a lot of sense. So when it was founded in 2003, this was a very radical idea. I think that like now, less so. But if you think about culture, it influences everything. How we cook our meals, what we cook, how we raise our children, how we celebrate, how we negotiate for safe sex, how we mourn our loved ones, everything. And so to not work on culture and not to like discuss culture and have culture at the center of health seems just unimaginable, actually, because it's everything if you think about it. And so this is why Tika, over the past 20 years, developed its 4 core programs on sexual reproductive health and rights, working with traditional elders, ceremonialists, musicians, traditional musicians, and also on traditional food systems, nutrition, and then art and expression, which is the program that I manage. So I guess for this, I wanted to, because now that there's been all these talks already, there's a lot that's going through my mind. And I wrote down, there's just so many similarities. This talk about dignity and trust. I love bricolage. Is that how you say it? Is that right? Yes, I love that idea. And this interesting idea of localization while we're in this kind of mass globalization. Of course, I always love subversive art and activism. I love the phrase generational gifts and empowerment. I think at Tika we really resonate with that. And so with our art program, I think these are all things that we work on. And all of these values and these ideas really make a lot of sense to us. I like to think of us as an emergent program. So we are constantly, again, we're like, a lot of the work that we do comes from the community and what creatives and cultural practitioners are sharing about their experience. And it could be about social justice issues that they're working on, or climate justice, or just economics. So we kind of work in two ways. One is support to the artist and creative and cultural sector itself. So we do residencies and exhibitions with artists. But we also do work across our other programs to help bring art and cultural practices into work and to be used as like tools for better communication or advocacy or reaching, somebody said this, reaching people in the heart, when sometimes a lot of the programs, it's so intellectual, it's right in your head, but like art and cultural things really hit you in your heart and in your soul. And so this is a lot of the work that we try to bring into other work as well. So I just want to give one example of some of the things we do. So who's Kenyan? I know that there is a bunch of us here. So, or based in Kenya, yeah. There you go. Wow, there is a lot. And they all seem to be here. What's happening here? And so who's been to Nairobi? Okay, yeah, although a lot of people have been to Nairobi. So do you guys know that there is a public green space right in the middle of the central business district? I can't say that word. Of Nairobi. There's a public park in the middle of Nairobi. There's a green space. Givenchy, that's another one, yeah. Yeah, so there's one called Givenchy, which somebody's thinking. Yes, Jobless Corner, which I hate this name. Yes, so there's Uhuru Park, yes, but like right in the middle, like where all the sky rises are. But in the CBD. So there's the one that's called Jobless Corner, which we keep trying to rebrand, but it's a very few people actually think about it at all. But it's a very small green space between the Hilton, the famous Hilton Hotel, and the archives. And it's like literally in the middle of town. Like everybody passes by this place at some point, either commuting or if you're going to the archives or if you're going to River Road to go buy something, whatever. This is a spot that pretty much everybody passes at some point. And it was a dump. It was a green space that was disgusting. And most people didn't even know that it's public land. Everybody thought that the Hilton Hotel owned it, but they don't. For, I think the entire time that I've been in Kenya until recently, it was, for a while, there was a big fence around it. And then after that, they opened it up, but then it just became it was like a dump site. It was just trash and needles, and it was unsafe, and it was the place where people went to use the toilet out in right there. I mean, it's gross. So we actually work in public art a lot. We've been doing murals for 10 years. And we were out scouting for walls one day in downtown, and we walked past the Jobless Corner, that space, and we were thinking, nothing happens here, and it's gross, and it's, I wonder if no one even pays any attention to this. I wonder if this is something that we can work on. Because part of what we work on at TICA is climate justice, and for the art program in particular, these public spaces are hugely important to the future of our cities. I like Maurice, where is he? About Baraza. And this is these public spaces are barazas. This is where you have people getting together and talking about their issues and celebrating together. And if you don't have those green spaces, if you don't have those public spaces, where does this happen? So we really look into working on public spaces with art and culture. So we thought, okay. And so we have like over 250 artists in our community so far. And we thought, let's like bring some art and culture into this space. Maybe, we can bring a different life into the city center. So for the past almost 2 years, we've been doing monthly drum circles there, which is a very easy, basic idea. We started with, I think, 2 drum sets, so it's like 12 drums. We brought in a few professional drummers who know what they're doing. And we went to the space and we asked the public to come join us. Let's just drum for an hour. Let's just hang out and enjoy something that most every Kenyan experiences at some point, either at school or at some point. So that started, with 12 drums and people coming by. And I think the first time we did it, people thought we were just there for entertaining, of course. And I think we made 200 shillings of people throwing money at us, which was not the point, but nice. And then over time, the circle has grown and grown and grown. And now we get, every first Friday of the month, we get hundreds and hundreds of people coming through. We now have to get drums from all corners of Nairobi, borrow them from all our partners and all the arts organizations and clubs we know. Hundreds of drums, hundreds and hundreds of people. And it's actually one of these things that we couldn't have even anticipated the impact of this thing. Because we knew that it was something that, as an arts community, we enjoy, getting together and having a rhythm and just kind of being in community with a rhythm and dancing and enjoying our time together. But there was more to it. Like individuals this happened many times, and it's still to this day. This is the usual way this works. So people would stand on the side, and they'd look in at watching the people drum, and then you hand them some sticks. No, it's fine. This is good. And then they'll just watch. Then maybe they'll get out their phone and start recording, and then they stand for a long time, and then they'll eventually okay, let me just try this thing. Grab some sticks, go to a drum, and they start drumming with everybody, and then they're there for an hour and a half. And then as they're wrapping up, they're giving the sticks back, and they said, I was just passing by, and, I just heard the music and heard what was going on, and I gotta say, I really needed this. And that's what people say all the time. I really, really needed this. So what we've learned from this is, it's for individuals, it's this moment of de-stressing, of banging out the tension of the day, of your boss being a punk and, traffic and all these things, of just being in a public space, in a green space with community and just de-stressing and enjoying rhythm and enjoying nature and enjoying each other. And that has been actually very profound. We've gotten regulars who come all the time now. And then for the space itself, it's, as I said, started off as kind of this dump. And it's completely transformed. It's a lot cleaner now. It's a lot safer. The county, who is a partner of ours now, they're paying attention to it. They're putting money into it. They hired someone to help keep it clean. They actually just recently started working on the drainage, yay. So this is a space that started off as a really sketchy area that no one entered and no one used in a positive way, to this amazing space where healing is happening and people can be in community. And the other day I went there and someone was having a birthday party. And this is amazing. This is the kind of thing that art and culture can do. And it was just a small thing, just a small idea. And, we just kept at it. And I think this is the power of art and culture. You never really know where it's going to go, but you know that it will have an impact. And so we've been now every year, in addition to, here's some of these pictures, obviously. in addition to the monthly drum circles, we do murals, large-scale murals around the park, and we paint the jobless corner bench, which is the most uncomfortable bench you will ever sit on. But the place is beautiful, and beauty matters. It's not frivolous. It's something that is actually very important to changing things for the better. So that's my little story about about some of the work that we do. I guess like the tie-in with everything that we've been talking about today and hearing about. You know, Anne shared so much about the challenges, the war and inflation and inequity and all of these things, and you know that there's a lot of challenges, and that we're siloed a lot of times. But you know, we're also a very social species. And I love, like, what I'm hearing from all the conversations today is when we get people in the room, when we get to talking together, when we have something that we're doing, that we have a nice laugh, we play the drums together, we enjoy something together, we start talking, and we start figuring things out, and we start figuring out solutions to things. And I think that's so important, and I think this is, yeah, we just need to keep doing that, keep showing up for each other in person, and talking to each other and connecting at a heart level with each other. One thing that our founder always says is, how we go is where we get. She talks a lot about process, and at Tika, like, we are very serious about our process. Process matters. No, it's not just, let's get to the end, and however we get there, it doesn't matter. It does matter. And so, yeah, how we go is where we get. My last thing is I was looking at this, that culture breeds creativity and connection, which is true, and that's great. I also think it's the other way around, too. You know, culture is dynamic, and like in spaces like this, where you have so many creative and amazing people, and we're getting connected, and I'm already seeing some amazing things coming out of this. You know, creativity and connection can breed culture, a new culture that's going to like change things for the better, I think. So that's all from me. Thanks.
Thank you so much. When I grow up on a set like that, no, you might have to call a hospital and all sorts of things. And, you know, I don't know what the medical situation is here. You know, my country, if you get sick, you don't tell anyone. You just pretend, you walk it off, okay? Okay, so we're going to go into the keynote. One thing I picked up there was the, you know, the personal integrity when you're trying to understand yourself. And it reminds me, I had a conversation with my friends before I came here, like, how am I going to do this? And my friends were like, Larry, don't try to be intellectual. Don't try to be witty. Don't try to be anything. Just be yourself. So that's the kind of advice that I got. So what you're going to have coming is Olusegun Titus from Nigeria to give us a climate justice keynote. Please give him a round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. Is it morning? Yeah, thank you. It's a privilege to be here, and anyway, from the academia, I bring a greeting, and yeah, let me start with a story. You know, when I was young, I liked drumming. I liked to drum. I liked to dance, drama, comedy. And somebody said, "This will not give you future. There's no future in drumming, dancing." I said, "Okay, but I just love it. I just like to do it." But I got to College of Education, and I was given kind of science to study that. But I was hearing they were playing keyboards. I said, "Is this live? Or, I mean, I didn't know they studied music at all." So I changed my course to music. my uncle said, are you sick? Are you okay? Science to music. Music of all. I mean, are you okay? Are you sure you don't have problem from village? I mean, so I did music. Then I had it again. I came out as the best student. Then studied in my degree, for my master's, for my PhD. So after the PhD, I worked on indigenous music. So I told myself, so now, what is your future now? So after this, what next? So, and one day, they were kind of, during my PhD, there were this flood disaster. I narrowly escaped it. So I was telling myself, so they will have said, so this guy, this drummer, dancer, because I also dance, I compose, I'm also trumpeter, like keyboardist and drummer. They will have just said, that guy, he can dance, he can do this. So I was thinking, I need to talk about, environmental issues. So I was looking at some of my professors they must have done something on climate change, but I could not find any in Nigeria. So I checked West Africa. Let me see some professors in music. They said, sorry, that is not an area to look at. Nigeria is facing problem. We are hungry. Why are you talking about climate change? Climate can change many times. Let's have food, man. So I felt no. When we talk about food security, it's actually climate change issue, partly, even health. So I also looked at conflict management, okay, and also worked on medical musicology, kind of trajectories of peace building, medical musicology, and what we call climatic musicology. So I teach music, basically in these three areas. So I bring greetings from OAU, but I'm currently in Germany. My God is aware, and I'll be talking about Ubuntu, because sometimes, in some of my conferences and the places I present kind of keynote or some people they felt, but why are you attacking the West? Why is it that you are fighting the capital? Why are you attacking them? Please, somebody said, are you an academician or an activist? Because I said, anyway, I can't, because I'm engaging local people. I went to Niger Delta where we have oil, and I could see. I have to cry with them. I engage with local musicians. So, but I look at, okay, I was in South Africa. I was here last year. And I engaged musicians, and I looked at the life of the people. And we just have to speak. So I'm both a researcher and also what? An activist. Because we need to talk about it. So we talk of Ubuntu and the African climate justice question. When we talk about climate change or climate justice, what are we saying? What are we talking about? And how do we go about it? But let's look at the problems. Because there are trajectories about it. How do we use art? We have been doing it already. In Nigeria, we have what is called Ironwegi Nironweye. It means the awareness of the tree is what? The awareness of the bird. That the birds could also have, they could only get peace when the trees are okay. All right? And, talking about the Ubuntu of not just human-centric. All right? Human-centric. Or what we call anthropocenic age. We have, kind of extended to Oilocene or Capitalocene, all these jargons. Capitalocene, Plantelocene. Okay? Pardon my jargons. But what we are talking about now is not just look at the humanistic approach, but how do you treat the trees? How do you, individually, as a person, how do you treat the animals? How do you see your emotion, your feelings? What kind of feeling do you see? Do you talk to nature and say, I hope this guy must be, you see a tree, how are you? How are you doing? They say, this guy, something is wrong. They need to call traditional medicine people so that they can beat drums and get in well. Please, next slide. So this is because we also deal with art. I was myself and one professor of art. We try to showcase this and we are doing research on, this is crude oil because I work in Niger Delta. So I'm looking at extractive industries, okay, and how multinationals, they've destroyed part of Africa, all right? But in the recent, it's not just the multinationals that they are using big cups, but African elites, they are using this cup, the small cup. This one represents the mother earth. So I'm looking at art, I'm looking at music, spoken words, and how do we use all these narratives in, vocalizing, because visibility is another thing. So last 2 weeks I was in Austria and I said, they said, but why are you, talk about African leaders, say yes. But why is it that France is keeping Nigerian 150 something millions of Nigerian loot? Why are they keeping it for 25 years? Abacha, our head for 25 years, they were keeping the money in France. And they returned, said, this is your money. How about the interest? Do they return the interest? If there's interest, let us see. Then we can say they are just and they have what? Integrity or integrity. So this is Mother Earth being destroyed by, crude oil, by elites and multinationals. But we need the Ubuntu of, myself and yourself to make sure that this, we're able to engage it. We have to speak out. Someone said, why are you people talking about colonialism? It's gone. Is it gone? Is it gone? Are you sure it's gone? Yeah, we have bad leaders. But there's even remote control from the West. All right? There's remote control. This is what you do. So that, so next slide, please. So I engage ecomusicology theory. The theory that is music, looking at music, nature, and culture, called ecomusicology, ecology, and what? Musicology. All right? It's not too common. It's not yet popularized. And that's why some of my professors said, you're actually confusing our students. Because they said, this is not in our curriculum. Why are you doing something that's not in the curriculum? I want to do something that is strange. I want to do something that is unique. And that my own way that we speak to African people, okay? Yeah, you can go and type it. You can't find it in Africa. There's nothing like ecomusicology in our universities. Because they feel that's not a problem, but that is a problem. Next, please. So you can see the degradation. And I'm picking Nigeria, Zambia, and South Africa from musicological and artistic point of view, and in terms of degradation, oil, exploration, and all the, I was there. I went there, took the video, I engaged the community, I engaged the local musicians. I also work with pop musicians. Next slide. So these are some of the reports. But environmental degradation through oil exploration as global phenomenon raises some fundamental questions about environmental pollution affecting human lives, human and non-human. Next, please. So the same thing here. But now, music and environment. Somebody said, are there courses like that? I say, yes. I have PhDs today. I have a group, a team, and we talk about funding. And that is why sometimes you have to speak your mind. You have to tell them, yeah, give me funding, but this is what I'm going to do. All right? Yeah, I got some funding, but this is what I'm going to do. This is the reality on ground. Give me the funding or take your funding. Yeah, because you can't control what I'm going to do. You can't tell me how to give the narratives because I have what? Integrity to keep. Next, please. Okay, the next one was my slide. I'm watching my time. I want us to play some music. Yeah, Nigeria. These are stories. Let's move to this one. Because I selected some musicians that I'm engaging with, and I want us to look at, because soundscapes they're very powerful. They're kind of creating kind of emotion. Choice of musicians, I kind of picked from pop music to indigenous. I have a lot of them because I'm I'm currently Humboldt scholar at the University of Constance University, and working on a book on African ecomusicology, looking at extractive industries and their activities but looking at the musical narrative and soundscape and artistic narrative too. Next one. Yeah, this is Zambia. The perform. Can you play the music for us? It's there. Just down. You can just okay. You can just press it. It's okay. Let me pause it. The next slide. You can see how the earth, the mother earth, is being treated. As they are giving maybe $2, they are also oppressing. No, that's look at it. Said cemeteries, our schools. Okay, we need. I mean, they are not to be extracted. Let them be preserved. So you can see this guy representing the mother earth. Somebody is coming to drop money. At the same time, they are pressing and putting drums. Kind of hypocritical ideas of climate change leaders, so to say. As I say, no to oil, no to crude oil. They are the one planning, killing people for not selling their lands. And, we just have to say it. But musical narratives has a lot of trajectories, performativity, theatrical narratives about what is saying, what the text, what the sound represent. The next one, please. The next slides. Okay, this is from South Africa. Please play the music. Okay, thank you. Can pause it, please. Now, the song is telling us about the history of gold mine. You understand? But it's not just the gold mine. How does it destroy the family? Because the gold mine worker said, "Oh boy, cool down. You can't come and stay here. Police will arrest you. Will also arrest me. My eyes is red. It's a normal thing. That's okay. I'm okay. I have fluid. That is normal. But we can see the effect of what? Gold mining on the family. Gold mining on health. And that is why in South Africa now, go to some of the communities where, oil has been, gold has been extracted. Because the pits are there, am I right? They are there, some of those communities. And those communities around, they are the one inhaling the cancerous effects of the old mine centers. So this song is a reminder, kind of memorialization, historization of what has happened before, telling us things and the way forward. Ubuntu, okay, and the paths. We have to look at the problem so that we can see how we can also engage. Next one. The next slide. Next slide. Okay, play this one for me. This is from Niger Delta, where we have oil. right, thank you. Now, the next slide, please. So this is another singer, but I don't have the time now. Next slide. Now, this is telling us about the historiography in the music. I'm talking about transatlantic narratives and mobility of oil. All right? Mobility of oil across the Atlantic. So we're talking about blue urbanism, blue community, and all the compartmentalization, the visibility or invisibility of sounds, the human suffering from slavery to oil. And it's telling us now we're talking about sounding the pipelines. How does it sound? How does it give us emotion of torture? Right? And also other next. Okay, now these are the themes we could get in the song. We have land pollution, cities and urban space, displacement, forced migration, exclusivity, hunger, health degradation. Okay. This is the score. Now, as a sound scholar, I look at the music in the harmonic structure. Okay, how does it, how the indigenous composition, how does it sound? Okay, the harmonic structure, the melodic movement, okay, the key center, what does it represent? How does it give us the Ubuntu and a way of representing the voices of the people, the invisibility, okay, and the chaos in the community. Now we have three-part harmony in the chorus and the melodic kind of serpentine movement, okay, which tells us about the good life that the suffering and the pains of the community people in Niger Delta, in Copper Belt communities, in South Africa and other places, in Niger, because uranium has to speak, and that's what they speak. Okay, so we're talking about sounding uranium and the global fight, because the fight there is uranium. So we want to sound it. How does it sound? How does it speak to our emotions of torture and colonization and recolonization? And sometimes call it decolonization. I really colonize the way. Next slide. Next slide. So these are the musical narratives I try to engage. The melodic movement, harmonic, the center. The time is gone now. I have 6 minutes more. So, but I need to engage this in the tonality, the dynamics. What kind of dynamics? The chaos sound, okay, the joyful sound, the Ubuntu, that there's hope. And the hope is, like some of the people I interview say, look, I cannot go to America. I cannot even travel to Zambia, but I can sing. Okay? My voice will be heard. So, you have to say it out. So, they may not be able to come to Zambia. Me, I can come to Zambia. So, I'm going to represent them. That Ubuntu, we just have to unite in fighting for liberation. So, I'm an academician and also environmental activist. Next. Emotion of torture, emotion. Can see the song, some of them, okay, because I could not play all the samples. They're kind of wailing. Even the instrumentation played, the sound of the instrument is a kind of wailing, crying, agonizing, and kind of human body anatomy or the physiology of the body displaced. Okay, there's a place, the body displaced, disenchanted, okay, and agonized revenge, and there's kind of revenge. And what are they saying? We need good air, we need economic boom, and we need a better life. Okay? Africa is poor. Sorry? Africa is rich, but its people are what? They are poor. So we should not even be hunting for grants. Now Africa should be giving grants to the West. But the reverse is the case. How could Zambia we are giving aid to Zambia with copper belt? It's anathema. How could Nigeria? But because there's a kind of elite and multinationals collaboration, okay? So we are giving you aid. Like, I will show you I have a lot of grants, but should they be giving? I supposed to be giving grants, not they giving me. We have a lot of oil in Nigeria. Every state has gold and diamond, not the rest. But okay, next slide, please. 3 minutes. Okay, this is your mobility triggered by brutalities and harassment perpetrated by the government and apartheid and civilian regimes. Next slide. Next slide, because of time. Okay, Ubuntu. When we talk about Ubuntu, how do we come in here? It's to say, how does it concern me? How is it my business? All right? When you try to remove your head from it and say, this, I'm not the one that is being arrested. Okay, I have my peace. One day, they will come for you. So, the truth is, we have to unite. One, write well, speak well, come out, say, project what you can say to liberate us. It's just you at a time. Add your voice, and I know we will get there. Although we are still far from it, we will get there. Next slide. The study has demonstrated the linkage between music, arts, and kind of looking at place, and landscape, focusing on Nigeria, Zambia, and South Africa, among other countries, have shown human actions and their resultant effects have affected the environment. Ecology has used in this representation examining ecological crisis brought through oil, gold, and copper belt. In some text analysis shows that the transnational corporations in collaboration with government have caused economic destruction, poverty to the people. Selected songs are therefore well suited in making global advocacy. Ubuntu, our collaborative effort, will go a long way in ameliorating climate change issues in Africa. Next slide. So, I got grant from all these people. Even more. But should they give me grants or I should give them grants? Oxford called, hey, you're so brilliant. What are you doing? I said, I'm a climatic musicology. I'm hearing this for the first time. I said, yeah, in Africa we have wisdom, we have intellectual, and we also have oil. ACL said, oh, yeah, American Carnegie. I said, he was, I put it at the center because they are the, please clap for him. You are doing well. All right. So, Andrew Mellon said, myself and the other professor, let's do something, Titus. You are the one of the commusicology in Africa. Let's do something on that. Yeah, I'm ready. Andrew Mellon, must you give me money? But there's no way, because African leaders, they are taking the money to Zurich. So if Zurich say, Titus, some of the money your leaders will take, it's like you have a little bit of something here, take the money and go and do research. Although we keep the interest. We keep the, so that's why I'm collecting, because it's still my money. It's our money. So it's not that they are really sponsoring me. Apart from the multitude, they said take less than 1%. So should I say thank you? Anyway, I'm saying thank you. Thank you very much for listening.
Yeah. Yo. Wow, okay. So what do we do? There you go. That was the sound my family made when I said I was moving out. So yeah, it was a party. Talking about grants, apparently we're going to be engaging in happy hour at some point, Whisketeers. Yeah, so that's grants. I'm sure when people buy other things, granting, is that grants as well? No, okay. We're going to have a quick spread presentation just before lunch. The first person we'll call up is Tatenda Kaningoni. Just give us a quick presentation. Okay. Well, at the same time, let me so that we'll make it a little bit quicker. Tatenda Kaningoni and can I also have Jay onto the stage, Kunzai as well as Faisal. You can all come to the stage and just do it quickly. Everybody on stage.
Okay. Hi everyone. My name is Tatenda Kaningoni. I'm a multimedia journalist, writer, researcher from Zimbabwe, and I'm going to be sharing my path to renewal. Okay. I prepared a little presentation. Huh? Okay. I prepared a little presentation, so they're loading that. All right, so my AC journey, African Crossroads journey, began in 2019 in Mombasa, Kenya. That was my first experience being part of the African Crossroads community. And the theme for that year was Sense the City. So I was part of an opening panel where we discussed how African cities today sound, taste, feel, or move. And for me, that was a defining moment, I would say, in my career. If you can just move to the next slide. Thank you. Okay. So it got me thinking about, where I would take my work as a researcher, as a writer, as a journalist, and I started really thinking about how I experienced my own city of Harare, and you can move on. So I came up with this concept that I call The Streets Are Ours. So it's a series about negotiating time and ownership, right? So I started, they wanted to develop an ebook from that African Crossroads 2019 edition. So I started writing a piece on The Streets Are Ours, looking at how young people, how young creatives make their mark in their cities. So you can move on. And I was working with a creative duo called Calligraph. It's a collective, they're into street murals. So how they make their mark through street murals and communicate key messages through murals around the city. So following this, as I was doing this research, I noticed a few gaps in my community. One, you can move on, which is we do not document a lot of our work. So every time you try to look up online, anything historical, you find very little information. So there's very little visual documentation of our past milestones or traditional practices. So that's one of the gaps I noticed. And also that we don't celebrate our traditions, our indigenous practices, sorry, we don't celebrate them very much. We're almost afraid of them, and there's like an evil connotation, so I wanted to dispel that through my work. You can move on. You get the next one. So this is my work in a nutshell. I work for an art space called Mbari Art Space. It was a colonial beer hall that has been repurposed into a visual art space. So we have artist studios, so I document their processes. Sorry. I also work with an organization called Africara Arts Trust, and it's a dance institution. So they run the only professional dance qualification in Zimbabwe. I also document that, all in a plight to create archives that people in future can hopefully look back and refer to. I also work as a journalist, just telling stories that help to counter negative narratives about the continent. So I guess in closing for me, I would just urge us all to revisit our past, reflect on how we've transitioned over the years to get to where we are, as a way to renew and create a path that's authentic to us as we move forward. Thank you. So I'll just share a little video just to show you some of the work I've documented within the art space. It's very brief, I think it's like less than a minute. Thank you.
Okay, she's giving me the bombastic side eye. So I suppose it's my turn to speak. Maybe we could have lights on and camera and therefore action. Okay. So good morning or good afternoon, everyone. No, it's good afternoon now. It seems like I have exactly 29 minutes and 45, but I will only take 7 of those. My name is Kudzaimbaiwa, and I am a Zimbabwean national. I am the person that Larry was speaking about, that I am born Zimbabwean, but I identify as Kenyan. And so my people, I see you, my fellow people. I love everything that starts with a K for natural reasons. I am going to be as brief as possible. I will not use a presentation. And I know what happens because I do a lot of training when you're standing in between people and their lunch. So I'm going to start with a quick energizer, and then I will speak to 3 points, and we are good to go. So I'm going to teach you something that I teach people in every place that I go across Africa. In Zim, there is a way we call, or how we clap if you are a man, a father, assumedly, but man, a woman, or a child. So I'll show you how. So you go after me. You listen, then you do, and then I'll speak after that. Is that fine? Right. So we call a man Baba. After me, Baba. Right. And this is how generally we would say gents would clap. Can you do this? I need to hear you doing it right, or you don't go for lunch. Just so you know, I'm a teacher's kid, so I make you do teacher stuff. Okay. Great. Good. That's Baba, right? And then Mai, when they're greeting, they do it this way. This is mother. All right? Or mom. And then there's what we call a child, Mwana. Basically, your hands open, like that. Okay. So I want to listen for the rhythm. I will call out something, and I'll show you how, and then you will echo what I've done, all right? Or actually, we'll do it together. But first, let me show you how. So I'll say, Pachibaba, and then just listen for the rhythm. It goes 1, 2, 3, 4, okay? So it's Pachibaba, Pachibaba, Pachimai, Pachimai, Pachimwana, Pachimwana. Okay, fantastic. We'll come back to this at the end, and it will matter. I'm going to speak very briefly, and this is why I've put everything on a little business card, and talk to you about who I am. I've already told you my name. I have quite a number of hats. I am a banker by profession. Strange, I know, I don't dress like one. But I decided that I was tired of taking care of other people's money, and so I converted when I did my master's, my career path from, hardcore capitalist investment banking to what my LinkedIn now calls economic development specialist. I did not choose that term. One of my first consulting gigs, that's what they called me. I thought it sounded cool. I kept that for the rest of my life. So a lot of my work now is in enterprise development, but also very recently, I would say in the past 5 or so years, I now work a lot in digital transformation. Having said that, there are 2 initiatives I focus on. One is Eyes on Hub, which is what brings me to this specific community. So similar to our keynote from the morning, Rudo, I also am a co-founder of a Zimbabwean innovation hub that's called Eyes on Hub. We basically work with makers. We call them MICs, M-I-C-S, with makers, innovators, creatives, and then startups and small businesses. And my journey with this particular, Africa Crossroads starts in 2020, where I did a little bit of consulting work for the Room project, but also participated online. So this is my first one live, and it's lovely to see some of the names that I saw online now in reality. I will speak very briefly, and I'm halfway now, to our existence. We have a very simple pair of line as Eyes on Hub, which is enterprise development in the digital age. And it very nicely ties together the 2 things I care about: enterprise development, but also things to do with all things digital. And I think I'm going to just plug here. We pause here, friends, for a quick commercial break. Do join me tomorrow, 3 p.m. To 4 p.m. for a session on your digital wellness, all right? We return to regular programming, and I will now say the gap that we address is basically to say people who are a collective, a community like us, how best do you find yourself in doing the things that you love, but also in the context of how do you still find a bottom line, and also how do you take advantage of the opportunity of the internet. So that's the space that we sit in, and I will share more on that perhaps tomorrow. I also want to speak and give my last words, which are 3. It is generally said that when you speak, people only remember 3 things, all right? So something very, very interesting. So I always try and reduce every opportunity I get to speak on something to 3 things. And this is what I would call a word out for Africa Crossroads for this year as we go through our path of renewal. I want us to look back at how far we've traveled, and also think about how far we are going to go. There are things that have kept us, there are things that keep us in the now, and there are things that I believe will be very important in the future. Zimbabweans are going to smile, but those things are 3 C's. So basically, C, C, C. And what are those 3 C's that I think are valuable? It is creation, collaboration, and then I really struggled with this third one because it was really a race between connection and community. But I think the two go together. So you allow me to cheat and just say connection stroke community. How I'll emphasize this is very simple. In this room are people who create, yes? And so I want to encourage my fellow Africans. I describe myself as a Pan-African, spelled P-U-N. And I want to encourage all of my fellow Pan and Pan-Africans who are in this room to never stop creating. In the space of digital transformation I'm in, they speak a lot about how, as Africans, most of our internet is mobile, 99.74. One thing I learned in graduate school, whenever you send out a statistic, always put it to 2 decimal places. You sound more believable. So 99.74% of our internet connection is mobile. And what tends to then happen is the fact that because you are mobile, there isn't as much opportunity to create. Laptops perhaps do a better job. But I want just to encourage those of you who are already in this space that already create. Continue to create, continue to build. People who create are powerful people. It's nice to consume, and I think there's space for it, but I always teach this, and I teach this to my children, that there's no harm in you playing video games, but my prerequisite, I'm a hard mom, is you must build one, all right? Build one, and then it grants you access to being able to play as many games as you want for perhaps even the rest of your life. So those that create, please continue to create. Would you talk to your neighbor for me and say create? I want you to look the other one in the eye and say create, baby girl, or baby boy, whatever it is they identify with, right? Fantastic. Second C is collaboration. I value meetings like this because I did say to Kay, where is he sitting? I can't see him now. I said, oh yes, there you are. I said, I value gatherings of this nature, and please note, not workshops, but gatherings, all right? Because a gathering speaks more of a closeness, and I think I really am regurgitating what others have said. An opportunity to interact, an opportunity to see what others are doing, and see where there is opportunity to work together. And so for me, I can already tell 5 or so people I've met who I could do things with, and there are people who are already in this room that I am collaborating with. I will tell you something about Africa. Africa, some people say, is a country. It's not. I feel like sometimes it can be, but sometimes it's not. However, one of the things that I'm clear about is that when it comes to scaling anything, most of our countries by themselves are small. Nigerians giving me the side eye there, but let me just say, for the rest of us, frankly, we do need each other. And so if I build something, if I create something, I want to be able to scale. Your opportunity is through collaborations with people around this room. I want you to give them all a bombastic side eye. Look around. These are your people. These are the collaborators. Okay. And then the last C is connection and community. This is my final word. And I do not want to overemphasize this because Rudo did a sterling performance in the morning. My word of the day. What's that new word we learned? That's the word she gave us. I'm sorry, what? Bricolage, yes. Some say bricolage. Zimbabweans, I hear them. Not wasting any syllables. But let me say, it is important that we appreciate that we are in community. I value communities. Communities are a very valuable space, and I value ecosystems because there are places and opportunities for us to connect. So while we are here, for what remains of the rest of the day and what remains of the next few hours and tomorrow, please remember the 3 C's, which are create, collaborate, and then finally community or connect. Now, let me come back to the thing that I taught you in the very beginning. And I want to show you something about life. Pachibaba, Pachimai, Pachimana. 3 things. The magic comes because this is how you learn things in life. Those of you that have worked in startup spaces know that the best ones are built feature by feature. So you start by learning Pachibaba, Pachimai, Pachimana, right? That's like mother, like father, like child. If you combine all of them, we would say Pachishese. And Pachishese sounds like this. This one, listen and then learn. Pachishese sounds like this. Oh, sorry, I'm going to do, sorry, typical, I should have preempted this. So what we call a typical holiday package family would
have a Baba, a Mai, and probably two others, okay? So Mana 1 and Mana 2. So Pachishese will sound something like this. Can I challenge you to do that? So from the top, Pachibaba, Pachimai, Pachimana, Pachishese. If you did not figure that out, you can learn during lunch. But can I congratulate you as Africans for doing so well on rhythm? I have tried this in Europe. It was a struggle. I'll drop the mic here.
Wow, I don't know how I'm going to follow that. Okay, I'm going to sit here and do like the cup song or something. I'm so thankful that you talked about creating video games in your talk, because that's what we're going to talk about here. And I want everybody to remember from her presentation that 73.25%
of all statistics made in presentations are fake. So just bear that in mind. My name is Jay. I'm here from Nairobi, Kenya. I've been working at the intersection of the creative sector and technology for about 35 years. I started originally in theater, doing robotic set pieces for Phantom of the Opera. Then I built the 4th largest digital marketing agency in the world. Then I built the world's largest Android publishing platform in the world. And now I'm running what's called the PAG, Pan-Africa Gaming Group, which is the largest game developer in Africa. We have 11 studios across Africa, about 300 creatives telling stories. And when I tell you game development, most people think that that means coding and programmers and people sitting in dark rooms writing code, but it's not. 90% of game development is creative. It is animators and illustrators and writers and musicians and voice actors and sound engineers. And that's what we do. We fundamentally tell stories, and in particular here at PAG, we tell African stories through games. Why is this important? Well, when you look at the gaming sector today, it's $250 billion globally. If you take all of Hollywood and all of music industries combined and double it, gaming is still bigger. Gaming is how most people are consuming stories today, particularly youth. And most people think that gaming means teenage boys with big guns shooting things. Actually, that's not where the industry is. The median age for people playing games is 34. 65% women. They're just playing different games. They're playing Candy Crush and Angry Birds and Wordle, what we call casual games. And Africa being a mobile-first continent, as you mentioned, it's games that you play for 15 minutes while you're sitting in traffic in the matatu, or in Nairobi for an hour sitting in a matatu in traffic, right? But the question is, how can you tell those stories, our traditional stories, through games and make them relevant? And what we focus on is what we call social impact games. So all of our games are in some way educational or have a behavior change element baked into them. So we've done sexual and reproductive health for teenage girls in the townships in Durban. We have done protecting endangered species of this cute little electric blue gecko in Tanzania. We do climate change and reforestation. We do science and math, etc. But fundamentally, it has to be fun. And to be fun, it has to have a story and have characters and have a beginning and a middle and an end and challenges. And games can take hours of time for people to play. And you go through these waves of emotional states of challenge and conquest and fear and anger and frustration and laughter and joy and all kinds of emotions. And that's what creating a game is all about. It's about creating those emotional states in your audience. Very similar to what you'll do in creating music or creating a dance piece or creating any visual art, right? And so that's what game development is. That's what PAG is, the Pan-African Gaming Group. As I say, we have studios everywhere from Egypt and Tunisia in the north to Cape Town in the south, and from Senegal in the west to Ethiopia and Kenya in the east. We have created, it's a common theme today, we have created hubs. So we have the Nairobi Game Development Center. It's a 6,000 square foot community space in Nairobi where young game developers can come and get mentorship and learn, and we have all kinds of events and all that kind of thing. We just got approval literally this morning while I'm sitting here for a €50,000 incubator program funded by Alliance Française that will be run at the program in January to June of 2024. We have the same kind of hub that we've just set up in Dakar, in Senegal, that just launched in October, and we're planning on building them across the continent. So that's who I am, that's what we do. I'll be at lunch, I'll be here all week. Try the veal. But yeah, stop by and I'll happily show you some games or talk to you about what we can do. Thanks much.
Yeah, okay, so you must know I babysit a lot. So, at this moment, I'm going to say everything is awesome. But anyway, I'm going to ask very quick individual questions because some very exciting stuff that came from there. First of all, for Tateda, what do you think is, first of all, they're all the same question. What is the big, challenge that you came across, and how you were able to overcome it to get into the space that you ended up?
Okay. I think my main challenge as a writer, researcher, content creator, documentary filmmaker is because you always, in my line of work, you always have to find references, literature to inform your process. So just access to information has definitely been a big one for me. We do have archives, but I feel like there has not been enough work put into preserving, material from the past. So I haven't necessarily overcome it, but I am just on a mission now to help build archives and document everything, key moments, so that we don't keep encountering the same problem.
Okay, same question to you, Kudzai.
Do you mind repeating the question?
What is the big obstacle that you came across in your journey, and what is the big thing that you did to get over it?
Okay, I think
or small
I have
thing.
I have a very probably a weird response to this one. I have always found that for me the biggest challenge is always trying to build an amazing team and not centering yourself in any institution that I'm in. So for Hub, for example, and this I think is a typical thing, I'm going to step on people's toes a little here and say that's very typical in Africa for whatever institutions we build to center around a personality. So it could be a hub, it could be a specific business. We have CEOs that just refuse to leave in some places. We have churches. We have, I'm coming to politicians. And then we have people who are some seated in this room. They've built something, but over the years, it's always Kudzi's thing. So I find that for every institutional opportunity I've had, that is always the biggest challenge, to try and make sure that it doesn't become Kudzai, who is a rock star, which I am. Right? But, but I think institutions are powerful things. And I think that's been always the greatest challenge. And I would say 3 things that have helped me to tackle this, I always have 3 points, is number 1, to decenter myself. I have a very dark way of thinking on this. If I die today, life goes on. And so I don't have to hold on to every single thing and manage and control every little thing. So that mindset is the first thing. It's good if someone is able to do 90 or 95% of what I do. That's really good. It's a pass mark. So that works. The second thing is to be very intentional in telling other people that the intent is not for me to be here forever. I want us to build a team. I want it to be solid. And then I want you to find yourself in this thing that we are building together so that there's some shared responsibility. And then the last thing I think is just to let things be. Let people be free to explore. You said something very interesting about being yourself. If we want to move from here to that sign at the end, some may walk, some may crawl, some may run, but we will get there. So allow your team to do the thing that they need to do. I think teams are powerful. I think that's the biggest thing I've had to always tackle, and I think I'm doing okay so far.
Okay, see someone who's a disciple of Mehdi Hassan, always in 3 points when you argue. And then also, one thing I'll say is, speaking to that, I always tell people, when you become an entrepreneur from day one, what your job is to work yourself out of a job so that somebody replaces you within a year. Jay, your biggest obstacle and how you're able to overcome it?
Well, I mean, this is Africa, right? So what isn't a challenge? I mean, every day is so many. Let me try and be a little bit witty, and I'll answer it in three sort of quotes.
There we go.
Right? My general philosophy now, having been an entrepreneur in Kenya and Africa, across Africa now for 5 years, is that what's unique about Africa is that anything is possible and nothing is easy. And if you embrace that, then you can get through anything, right? The second one is really reflecting sort of, I think, the state of the arts and creative sector across the continent. I stole this from my mentor very early in my career. He said that we've been doing so much with so little for so long that now we can do almost anything with almost nothing. And I think that's so powerful and so representative of the beauty and the strength of this community, right? We've been doing so much with so little for so long that now we can do almost anything with almost nothing. And I think that's really powerful. And then the last thing I would say in terms of getting past those challenges, and I encourage everybody to embrace this, is the great phrase of saying, if we keep doing what we're doing, we'll keep getting what we're getting. And so the only way we will change our lives and our sector and our community and our continent is to change our thinking and our practices.
If you keep doing what you're doing. Okay, I'm going to say thank you very much, Kuzamba. You are Tatenda Kanangone and Jay Shapiro. You can have a chat with them over lunch, but before we go for lunch, I'm going to ask Faisal Malik to just come and tell us what he's got set up for us later in the afternoon, after which we'll break for lunch.
So I'm that irritating guy between you and your lunch. Do bear with me. I'm going to make it really quick. I'd already spoken a little bit about the documentary, The Elephants of Selling K. I don't want to give it away. I don't want to tell you the storyline and what it's all about, because I don't want to spoil it for you. But challenges we're facing in Africa right now is Africa is developing. There's a lot of development going on, but at the same time we have a lot of wildlife, and we're losing these open spaces to wildlife. But at the same time, Africa has to develop. We really have to develop. So the documentary sort of highlights basically how these open spaces can work for us, and how a community has done that and is benefiting from it. So enjoy your lunch. Do come back after lunch. Let's watch the documentary. If you have questions, I don't know if there's going to be a question and answer session after that. If not, find me, talk to me, and yeah, great.
Awesome. So I'm also like a TV guide, so I remember, oh no, TV doesn't close any afterwards, because Zahira and Az are also going to tell us what's going to be going on. You can just come there, and you can just talk from there.
Well, since it's in the same room, after Faisal, he's doing his film, and then as well, I'm going to show you a short film that I screened in Nairobi, part of something called Focus in Sudan that I did at Alliance Française in Nairobi, which was an exhibition of art, film screenings, and musical event that I have, highlighting the war and the conflict that happened in Sudan. The short film is actually by a Sudanese female filmmaker. It takes place in a hair salon that is a makeshift for an activist space, for safe space for women who have been abused and raped, and for them to find ways through martial arts. So it's a little kind of short documentary that you'll get to watch. Thank you. And my sister here, my Whisketeer sister, is going to tell you about her amazing workshop.
We were just having a laugh that two Muslim women are talking about having whiskey together. So good afternoon, everyone. On that note, it's difficult because Faisal's presenting his work at the same time as I host the workshop, but I guess not everybody can go to Faisal's. But can we have a screening another time with Faisal so the ones that are missing it can catch it as well? So in room 3, just above the tea station, I'm hosting a workshop called Making Memory. And this is focused, it is going to be an active session, and it's going to be a research sharing workshop, because I'll be sharing my research. I've traveled the globe, and then we'll be working together on making memories. So it's about bringing together African creatives and entrepreneurs, fashioning more equitable, representative memories, taking our histories into consideration in our urban landscapes as well as our natural landscapes. So I invite you to join me. I will be sharing some of my research, as well inviting you to design and make those memories using art, architecture, design, poetry, and any medium you are comfortable with. And then I'm hoping that I may publish some of that because I'm working on a book called I See You. And incidentally, in isiZulu, it's Sawubona, which means I see you, I acknowledge you, which is also linked to Ubuntu, and that we can only be because of each other. So thank you, and hope to see you at 3. Come on, like on time, so we can have the full hour, and then we can see Azza's show after. Thank you.
See, I'm a plug. I'll add your boy. No, I can't be a rapper. No. Then I have to have the teeth, and then it's going to be a thing. So we're going to take a lunch break. Just remember that the ablution facility is over there. And just a reminder that later on, at 5 p.m., we'll be leaving for a theatrical performance that's taking place. It's called Revisiting Home. So we'll be going over, we're going to be leaving the hotel to go to the Zambia Italian Cultural Center. It's going to be a performance, and afterwards, dinner will be back here at the hotel. So just that's for later. There's still a very good afternoon of events to take place. There are workshops and also things. I want to thank everybody who participated in the morning. Give them a round of applause. Come on now. Okay, my name is Larry Quitted. I'll see you guys later. Give a round of applause for Komara. Amazing music. Right. So we're here for the session, which just tell you what the session is about, which is, gosh, I had it open here. And I'll tell you about the other session, but let me first tell you about the sessions here. Elephants of Selenkai by Faisal Malik, and then a bit of a talk. Q&A is going to happen afterwards. The film is going to show here, and there's focus on Sudan film curations with Azaz Sati and a talk afterwards. Happening outside in the corridor, though, if you saw the installation there, is works by Sandra Subi, and then the music that I was talking about earlier, the Kyunga Experiment and Find Out, the African Crossroads soundtrack featuring sonic experimentations between the East and the South. That's Mura from Kenya, and Sizo from Eswatini. They are para fellows that are outside. And there's an unbinary fashions by Liquid Lemon, a unisex brand from Nairobi, Kenya. For the workshops are supposed to happen upstairs. That's just been moved to tomorrow. You'll be updated from the WhatsApp groups and whatever other way they're communicating. If you're not in the WhatsApp group, please make a plan to get into the WhatsApp group. There's a lot of updates that happen there, and that's where you can find out where finding memory with Zahira Asma is going to take place, and the other one as well. Other than that, just a reminder that at 5 o'clock, at 1:45, we're going to break for like a refreshment, tea, and figure your life out. But 4:45, that is not 4:45 like now. And then afterwards, we're going to go out to the Zambia Italian Cultural Center. We're going to watch a performance. Then we're going to come back for dinner later. But for now, I'm handing over to Faisal. Give him a round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for attending. I'm going to make it short because I think I've done all my talking before lunch. If someone could just move the chair in front of the screen, just so it doesn't block. And yeah, so enjoy it, guys, and we can have a little chat maybe after the documentary. Cheers.
According to the Maasai, the only animal with a soul like man is the elephant. When they come across an elephant skull, out of respect for its soul, they place grass in the hollows of the skull. This is the beautiful and remarkable story about the elephants of Selenke. Where the wild scrublands run into a faint presence of Mount Kilimanjaro lies Selenke. Here, four Maasai tribesmen share a common love, that for nature. Elders Olebabu and Thomas Olechurie share experiences gathered over time, hoping one day these young warriors will pass on the same to the youth within their community.
Upande ya Laikipia kuna mahali wanaitaga sijui Ndigire Kerio, nasikiaga Ndigire Kerio nafikiri iko upande huko ya juu sana. So nasikia wakati wa koloni walikuwa kitambo sana, wakati wa koloni walikuwa na colonize, ndio walisukuma Wamasai upande hii, kwa sababu huko ni mahali iko na chemichemi mingi ya maji, ni mahali mzuri ya kulima kahawa, sijui nini.
At the same time, grazing rights for this pasture had already been issued to elephants. But the Maasai would also have to graze their cattle. a recipe for disaster. Human-wildlife conflict.
Nasikia hiyo ndovu korofi, hataki ng'ombe kunywa maji. Anasema hii kitu utamaliza leo. Kafukuza kwa msitoni, alafu saa ile ikirudia, akakasirika, akirudi, nakutana na mimi, akanunga mkuki. Ai, najaribu kuhepa, wakati ile nataka kupika mimi akakaa chini, akaenda kupika mbele. Akakuwa mimi na kwa tumbo yake. Akajua mimi niko hapa. Akajaribu kukanyaga hapa. Kapika, akatoka, akasimia. Akasimia naenda kulala hapa. Basi. Ndovu akarudi, wanakuja kuchoma. Wanachoma mkono. Bahati Mungu akawacha hapa. Akapata mkono. Mimi nimeenda kulala hivi. Akadunga, watu wanapiga, warani wanapiga. Yeye anajaribu kwenda, wanatoa mimi simedunga. Akajua, akaenda, mimi nikaona amedunga, akashika meno ingine. Hiyo meno ingine. Akakuwa anaingia katikati ya meno. Najaribu kutoa mimi hapa kwa mkono yake. Si alikuwa mkuki iko hapa. Sitoelewa. Mkuki akakataa kutoka. Najaribu kutoa mkuki, nashindwa. Anapiga hapa. Najaribu kutoa mimi hivi, mkuki nadunga chini. Yeye anaruka. Warani anafika. Basi yeye anajaribu kimbia. Anapelekana, anabeba mimi. Naenda kama kanisa. Warani akafuata. Akaambia mimi asungumzia Morani, akamwambia hapana, piga ndovu juu kichwa. Wachana piga kichwa. Na kama nikitoka mimi bado hajakufa. Kuna nguvu. Morani basi. Kwa hiyo Morani kisikia mimi bado iko hai. Akawacha kudunga. Akashika akanyang'anywa. Akatolewa. Kiwa nasimama. Akatolewa, akarudi nyuma hivi. Anajaribu kusanguka kutafutia sisi, akapiga mpaka akaangusha. Kaangusha, akaamka tena. Hata mimi niko nimetoka. Lakini damu napika kabisa. Damu napika kama ile mtu kama ile. Nakuwa hivi. Akafunga hapa. Warani alifunga hapa. Akafunga hapa. Hiyo mkono umekatika kabisa.
The Maasai with the wildlife, they are friends and they are enemy, in other words. Because they are friends when there is no fighting. When there is no conflict, the Maasai and the elephants, they have much big relationship. Historically, the Maasai cannot stay without with the wildlife because the wildlife help them in many ways. Especially elephants, they help on starting small water holes. You know, when they found the stagnant water, they dig using the legs, and then the water will, when the water run off, stop there, the livestock take that water. This place was elephant all over by 100%. But due to the introduction of selling of tusks and horns for the rhinos, people kill them a lot for commercial uses. But the Maasai never knew. They didn't kill them. It was just some outsiders do the hunting and hunt them and kill them.
Ni kama wasungu kutoka sijui Nairobi. Ndio walikuwa wanakuja kuinda ndovu. Na wakiulizwa ni kwa nini, wanasema wako na license ya serikali. Na ni kweli wako na license kwa sababu walikuwa wanainda kama hawaibi. Wanaua ndovu, wanatoa meno, wanabeba.
Grazing rights lost. The elephants vanished from LSNK, not to be seen anymore. For the Maasai, it was business as usual. Milk the cows in the morning for the family breakfast. As the men prepared to take their herds out to graze, The few remaining elephants would find solace in the rich swamps of Amboseli National Park, joining other elephant herds that were already living there. There would be no conflict or poaching in here, a haven, though with a controversial history.
Hatukukubali wala okay, haikuwa hiari yetu tupeane, lakini unajua serikali wakati hiyo, kwa sababu I think ilikuwa ni serikali ya Kenyatta, ndio walidanganya wale wazee wa wakati hiyo, na unajua wakati hiyo kuna mambo na masomo, so watu hawaelewi.
It is just a meeting where the Maasais were told, if you like this, the national park to be established, then they say no. The no was used to be yes. You know, when they all raised their hands, so the minister who was translating now told them, okay, they said yes, which was not right, because they say we don't want a national park, but they turned back, say the Maasai want a national park, and then the government started that national park by then. Yeah.
These elephants would eventually come to be the longest researched elephants in the world.
Well, my name is Cynthia Moss, and I've been studying elephants in Amboseli since 1972. And I started studying these elephants because they offered a very good chance to study a very natural population of elephants. The first thing I did was to try to photograph every elephant to get its ID, so I could know each elephant individually over time.
Cynthia would train a team of Maasai ladies with whom she would identify all elephants in the ecosystem.
My name is Katito Sayalel. I'm a Maasai local from this community, and I've been working with the elephant for the last 26 years. I know all of them individually by names, and in Amboseli National Park we have 1,900 elephants, and we have 62 family units, and each family, they are arranged in alphabetical order.
A project that started in 1972. They do realize the pressure Amboseli National Park is under. A solution to this challenge was fast needed.
You can't possibly keep 1,800 elephants in this national park. It's tiny national park. It can't hold that many elephants.
My name is Kadukiwe Sebuya. I'm the CEO of the African Wildlife Foundation. Originally from Uganda, but I'm East African. I'm a resident here in Nairobi, Kenya for the last 5 years. I've been working for the African Wildlife Foundation for more than 20 years in different capacities. And the park is only about 390 square kilometers. So you can see that we cannot have that population survive only if we are focused on improving park management.
Jake Greaves Cook, the founder of Game Watchers Safaris, first came up with the concept of a wildlife conservancy on the community land. This would serve as extension of rangeland for elephants beyond the Amboseli National Park. However, the elephants were long gone from here. Would this work?
Tulijua Jake through mtu anaitwa Lovard Smith, na kupitia kijana rafiki yake sana alikuwa anaitwa Emmanuel Waneto. Sijui alikutana na Jake huko ng'ambo, I think Uingereza, na Jake alikuwa na hii idea ya kutengeneza conservation area. tukaanza kuongea na group and committee. Committee nao wakakubali kutengeneza Selenge Conservation Area. Project tumemjua wakati huo alikuja kuomba mahali ya kuweka wanyama.
Work started on realizing a dream. But would it just remain that, a dream? Surveys were done, plans were laid out, meetings held, but not a single elephant in sight.
Akaambiwa hakuna ardhi yenu itaenda, itabaki vile, hakuna mahali itaharibiwa. Mamiti yenu itakaa salama, ng'ombe yenu itakaa salama, lakini tutapata kuajiri watu, tutapata kulipa pesa, kuna pesa mtakuwa mnalipwa, tutatoa cultural boma kama hii. Watu wale watakuwa wanaishi, watalii wanakuja kuangalia hiyo boma, wanaacha pesa kidogo. So watu kwa ujumla wakakuja wakakubaliana wote. Ndio tukaandika agreement, tukakubaliana.
A team of rangers was commissioned. A viewing deck for sundowners built. Road networks around the conservancy created. With the community in full participation, water holes created. Boreholes sunk. Generators commissioned. Things were falling in place. Eventually, the water holes filled up. In 1997, the first lease was signed with the LSNK community, setting aside 13,000 acres for the Selenke Conservancy. A bold and new concept for a safari company to lease land and cover the conservancy costs. The focus being to provide tangible benefits to the community that the land is being leased from. But there was not a single sight of elephants.
We believe that most of the wildlife are outside the national parks. And to accommodate the ecosystem rather only on parks is to expand beyond parks. And that's why we encourage communities to form conservancies, and we believe that is a buffer zone for national parks, but also to expand more land for wildlife. Iconic animals like elephants need more space, so only confining them in national parks will not work. That's why community conservancies are very important for iconic animals like elephants.
Conservancy is a very, very important part of wildlife management in Africa. There really is background to the creation of national parks in Africa is very, very important. Parks were created way back before countries were independent in most of Africa. And they were really focused on the rich areas where wildlife was, that is protecting the bigger numbers of the wildlife, water sources for wildlife, and they left out the roots and dispersal areas for wildlife.
Well, I think the concept of conservancy is such a good one, and it's the way to go from now on. I mean, we still must have our national parks that are sacrosanct, but for the areas outside of the protected areas, then we must have things like conservancies and run by local people, and where local people contribute and also benefit from that conservancy.
In the Amboseli National Park, elephants would go about doing what they do best, eat. And what would not get digested would find its way out of the system. Something that does not go unnoticed, especially by the dung beetle. In her eyes, this is heaven on earth. A land where food and shelter is in plenty. A major beneficiary to this regular bowel movement of the elephant. It is kept busy selecting the choicest cuts to lay its eggs in. The hatchlings will have food available when they become part of the ecosystem. But they weren't the only ones on the elephant dung trail.
I remember very well when we started with Jacob Graves Cook, that was back 1997. We used to bring the dung of an elephant from Amboseli following the way up to the conservancy. And that's how the elephants started coming in.
Many heard tales. Tales that over 20 years ago, elephant herds walked this land in plenty. Not knowing, one day, they too would get to walk with them on this very land.
You know, some people say the males don't have very much of a role to play, but they do. they are the explorers and the pioneers, and they go off and into many different directions. And so they went up there first, and they started seeing males come in for the water, and then eventually the females, you know, they follow the trails, they can smell, you know, where the other elephants go, so it was the males who led them there.
Watu walianza kuwa wanaogopa, wanasema kuna ndovu pale, wewe piga ng'ombe ipite, msipitie hata kwa mfano mimi sasa nikipita hivyo nikute ndovu pale. Sasa naenda nikielezea watu wasipitishe, watoto wasipita hapo, ng'ombe wasipita hapo, hata wamama wasipita hapo kwa sababu kuna ndovu. So wakati ya kwanza ilikuwa ni kitu ambayo ilikuwa ikionekana inaogopewa.
In 2007, the first herd to move in was that of the V family, led by its matriarch, Vicky. She holds the record of having walked the greatest distance from the park boundary, 38 kilometers, and the greatest distance walked in a day, 40.9 kilometers. The V herd are wanderers, bold and daring with a wide range, a big, dominant and self-assured herd with over 60 members. Mohanjit Brar, a fourth-generation Kenyan, received his doctorate degree in the US and is the managing director of Game Watchers and Porini camps. Having worked closely alongside Jake for almost 20 years, he now leads the team, focused on protecting habitat in partnership with communities and running a strong business in order to cover all these costs while delivering a high-quality tourism experience for their guests.
Unfortunately, the elephants had not been seen in over 20 years. The community had chased them off and gotten rid of them or killed them. But Jake realized that this area had very big importance and at the same time could be a very important revenue source to improve livelihoods of the communities. So he set up the conservancy with the community, put in a small eco camp, and it was amazing how the elephants started to come back. And from a period of not having had elephants in over 20 years, we now, in fact, today we have almost 400 elephants within the conservancy.
And the Selenge is very big, and there's no any farming, so it is really helping when the other family can come and live here.
You know, when you have elephants come into an area, it also becomes a protected habitat, which increases biodiversity overall. We know animals like elephants are keystone species. They can impact an ecosystem in very serious ways in terms of potentially bringing down trees, opening grasslands, which are very important to herbivores and other plant species. As we know, the digestive system of an elephant is actually very poor, which means a lot of the waste and vegetation that they eat, which is tons, actually goes back into the ecosystem.
Today, along with the elephants, a rich variety of wildlife call Selenkei Conservancy home. Its guardians are ever ready to host you and show you around this rediscovered jewel.
My name is Daniel Mamai. I come from a Selenkei, which is Selenkei Group Branch, and I live in an area called Lirero. Before I became a safari guide, I went first to school, and then I studied about tour guiding for about a year and a half. And then I got the knowledge on how to express the same knowledge to people. And then I became a guide with the Prodi camps back in the year 2002. We live with livestock. I was a herder. I was a young boy. I was going out with my elders. We would go out, we look up at the cows, and we learn a lot about wildlife as well as herding cows. And then just after I completed my secondary schools, I got a chance to teach in local schools as a teacher, and for a while, and then I taught for about a year, and then later on I joined the college and studied the tour guiding. I wanted exactly to be able to express that knowledge that I have to other people, and I was very eager to do that. So that really made me become a guide. I've been a guide for the last 13 years. We saw these elephants returning back in Selenkei early as in 2005, as far as I can remember. There were 2 male elephants coming in here and then went back to Amboseli. They brought some other friends of theirs. A year later, we saw another 4. And then in 2007, 2008, we started seeing female elephants now coming into the Selenkei Conservancy in big numbers. In the year 2017, we must have seen about 300 elephants in this area. And right now, as we speak, we have about the same number of elephants in Selenkei Conservancy, just roaming all around.
Mamai's colleague, Muli, had more than his fair share of elephant encounters.
When I was 10 years old, that is 1996, 27 July, that was on Saturday, I was looking after cows as my daily basis. And then we met with 7 boys together, sitting on the shade, sharing stories. Then the herd of elephant came. Then my friends, that the 7 boys that I was with them, they had 2 dogs. So the dog back to the elephant, and that herd of elephant, they have babies, that they have the calves. So the mother, I thought it was the matria, because I didn't know about the matria, but I learned now in school, the matria tried to protect the family. And then it ran after us and charged us. I ran long distance. The area was open, so no trees, and no place you can hide. And I was totally tired with a confused mind because it was trampling, making loud noise. The elephant came and stepped my leg, and it broke my bones on both legs. Then I make a loud shout. Then he noticed somebody is there, and then he collected me on the tusk. Then he threw me on the tree, and I fall down. He tried to find me. He dig a ground like a small dam, tried to bury me, and he missed and go to the national park. And I spent a couple years, almost 2 years in hospital, try to fix my bone. They put the metals on it, and I used the wheelchair for 6 months. When I was in pain, I was blaming an elephant. And I was saying that when I get up, I'm going to kill an elephant. But after I recovered, and I got a friend of mine called Ian Douglas Hamilton working Save the Elephant, that time in Amboseli. And he actually taught me about the elephants and importance of elephant. And then I come to be part of the elephant. I love the elephant, and I don't blame anymore.
Ndofu ndia hawa. Porini mobile one. Mkuje mfungue maji, ndofu wamejaa kwa lange.
Moja, tunakuja kugurumisha generator.
Selenke Conservancy, we have 3 boreholes. We have one near the Porini Amboseli camp. We have one in a place called Itangoringoro, and we have one in a place called Ndonyondari area.
The waterholes are frequented by the elephants throughout the day. After all, elephants drink an average of 160 liters of water daily. And in the night, it is bottoms up again.
The elephants used to go up there in the wet season, but and then they'd always have to come back in the dry season because there wasn't any water up there available to them. But now there is because of the Conservancy, and they can stay up there year round. So that takes a lot of pressure off the park. And the elephants that have been up there have done very well. They've done well, and well, all the elephants have, but the Selenge elephants are doing particularly well because there's a lot of food up there. They love all that bush and the
Key things that makes Selenge Conservancy and the Porini Conservancies unique is that it's very much about habitat in partnership with communities. And something that's very important to us and that Jake realized, 30 plus years ago, is that really the key to securing our wildlife for the long term is a matter of habitat. For a long time, people were talking about poaching and other things in terms of degrading or reducing numbers of wildlife. But the key thing is habitat. And I think now more than ever, especially with COVID and the issues that we've seen, is that it's extremely important to protect our biodiversity and to protect habitat.
Some years back, there used to be there's no elephant in Porini camp in Selenge. But elephants are very smart. When they see there is a place which they can go and stay and have good life and they get enough vegetation, what they want, they know their route, and they have an elephant, they have their own path.
This is a direct benefit because the Conservancy is our ranch and it's a community land. We set aside for wildlife, for the income. Like now, people are employed, people are earning salaries through the Conservancy. Before this corona, it was wonderful. It was the only project we are depending on in a Selenge group ranch.
Yeah, so our Porini and Game Watchers partnership with the community is very much about finding a win-win relationship that is good for the community, that's also good for Porini as a business, and in the same time is directly protecting habitat and improving biodiversity. And so we're very proud that over the last 25 years, we can definitely see there's been significant improvement to communities. Some of the areas that we believe are important, one is employment. We believe employment is one of the best ways to improve livelihoods and uplift livelihoods. So Porini and our Conservancy concept is very much about habitat. Every tent that we set up has to protect directly 700 acres of habitat. So for example, this Porini Amboseli camp that we're sitting at today, it's 10 rooms, and it's directly paying the monthly contribution to protect 7,000 acres of habitat.
However, it was not anticipated that the waterholes could host over 300 elephants and other species of wildlife. It is now becoming a rather tight squeeze for the elephants, especially when it comes to drinking water.
However, the COVID pandemic, as we know, not just in Kenya, but globally, has really shut down global tourism. We've seen flights being canceled. We've seen international airlines collapsing. We've seen countries close their airspace for months on end. And this has had a massive negative impact because it's basically brought our revenue to zero, whereas the costs of running the Conservancy are still there. Rangers need to be in the field. They still need to protect the habitat. you need to keep the wildlife water holes running. In this area of Selenke, which is a dry habitat, if we don't have water, the wildlife will actually leave. Also, the carrying capacity in being able to sustain, especially the large number of elephants that we have, would not be possible. So it's extremely important. There are costs involved. And then the other side is community livelihoods. We know that it's important to ensure that community livelihoods are sustained, because if not, many times they have no option but to look to other alternative uses of making an income to keep their families going. And many of these are environmentally, are bad for the environment, or might even include bushmeat poaching, which we've seen a big increase in many parts of Kenya and outside the Conservancy here.
Back in the field, two bull elephants, oblivious of these challenges, are busy interacting with one another, using their trunks. Something learned in their younger years. Trunk Communication 101. Follow the direction of the tail with your trunk to learn how to control it. I'd rather just leave it in my mouth. Talk about having a mouthful of trunk. Lesson 2. Using your trunk for non-verbal communication. Enough for the day. But they are not the only ones going out to school here.
For now, we have education for conservation programs roll out in schools near Selenke Conservancy. And one of the things that we're trying to do is we're trying to educate the young generation, students in school, to become good ambassadors of wildlife. And through this, we are able to educate them to also understand the benefits of wildlife.
You have seen a giraffe, yeah? Zebra, even elephant. Where did you see elephant? Where? The forest.
Is we are trying to achieve to have more young generations, young students, who are actually becoming good, good ambassadors outside there, and who will be teaching other young children about wildlife and how to live with this wildlife.
When an elephant break a big tree, then an animal like a gazelle, you know the gazelle, yes. Be able to eat, isn't it? Yes. So it's actually helping us. The elephant is helping small animals, isn't it? Sisi tunataka kuwa nini? Conservation. Ndio watu wa kuhifadhi mazingira, watu wa kuhifadhi mazingira, kuhifadhi wanyama, kuhifadhi mimea, kuwahi huwa mnyama. Kwa hivyo wale wa mapolisi wanaenda kupiga msiwe nini? Bana huwa singira kwa sababu singira anataka kupelekea uga yangu.
Well, first of all, I want to congratulate Jack Reef Cook for a wonderful program and commissioning of community benefiting from conservation. 25 years ago, we never thought about it. Now we've seen the difference, not only the difference of benefit for communities, but also different of improved biodiversity. in these areas. Selenke is one of the classic examples, one of the oldest conservancies that have been developed. Why not? And it has been modeled. We have now over 170 conservancies in the country.
Selenke Conservancy now hosts a wide variety of bull elephants, all with their unique characters. Equinox from the E family has a rich heritage. The first ever documented twin elephant in the Amboseli ecosystem. Born in 1969 with a twin sister, Eclipse, who passed on in 2017.
Another family that went up fairly early was the UA family, we call them. And I think they form something like a bond group with the VAs. They're fairly close to the VAs. So they're not as big, they're a smallish family, but they have a beautiful, beautiful big females. Their matriarch was named Ursula, and she was a gorgeous female. And then she had a female named Ulrika. And she's still with us. She's an old girl, though. She's quite old. And they have a tendency to have males. Some families have a tendency to have lots of females. Some have males. But the UAs have had quite a few gorgeous males who grew up to be big, beautiful males. And one of them is you see a lot up in Selengay named Umoja. And he actually looks like a UA to me. And they have also, each family has a look, mostly. And so the males have stayed, the UA males have stayed up there as well.
Umoja often enjoys his dust baths among his peers. As the layers of dust settle in the wrinkles of his thick skin, the fisher's starlings hover around him impatiently. Once done and dusted, he heads out for his next activity of the day, with the fisher's starlings hot on his heels. They are out to get the seeds and insects dropping off from the wavelines of the soles of his feet. Easy pickings for the day.
Age, the tusks grow throughout their lifetime. So the older an animal is, the bigger its tusks. And with males, they've discovered that the male's tusks grow faster as they get older. So it's really very important for fighting. But also there's a genetic component. Some families have bigger tusks. I mean, the famous elephant Tim from the TD family, all those males have beautiful tusks, beautiful big tusks. And that's a factor, the genetic factor.
Nothing beats a good mud bath at the waterhole. This is the life. The best way to cool off in the blazing African sun.
And in fact, the largest tusks ever recorded that are in the British Museum were found, or were taken from an elephant that was shot on the lower slopes of northern lower slopes of Kilimanjaro. and they were 224 pounds and 226 pounds each. And they're Amboseli elephants. If they were on the lower slopes of Kilimanjaro, northern lower slopes, then they were Amboseli elephants. So they've got that genetic tendency to have big tusks.
After a good afternoon's activity, a drink of water to quench your thirst.
Kwanza tupate kitu inaitwa corridors, kwa sababu ukiangalia mambo ya conservation haiwezi kuwa conservation kama hakuna wanyama, na wanyama hawezi kuingia kama hakuna manjia ya kutoka Amboseli, ya kutoka huko. Labda tukubaliane tutengeneze kama corridor kama 3 elephant corridors. Kuna ile ya kutoka Marete inapita mahali inaitwa Old Danger, inaingia kwa Selenge Conservation Area. Alafu kuna hii ingine inaitwa Osawan, inapita karibu na Tolakaria, inapita juu kidogo ya Olotoro, inakuja inaingilia mahali inaitwa Naonkulaklan. Alafu kuna ingine inatoka kuanzia Conservation Area inaenda ikielekea upande ya Shulu, hiyo inapita hapo karibu na Mbirikani. Hii milima inaitwa Olemipoti. Unajua dawa ya kupata ndovu na kupata hawa wanyama ni kukodesha hiyo, kwa sababu hakuna mtu atakataa kukodesha. Wakodesha hiyo corridors, iwe ndovu wanapata nafasi ya. Lakini sasa kama unaambiwa ndovu itembee kwako, lakini wewe hauna faida, obvious utakatakata hiyo shamba yako, labda hata utauza, ama labda hata utaweka biashara ya nyanya, ama labda utaweka nini, kitu kama hiyo.
So, but we are trying to talk with the community at least to keep aside where the corridors for elephant, also for their safety and also for the elephants. Because the elephant, the corridor they used to pass, an elephant, they never forget. They know where they pass, and they know where they can still pass and go through. So that's why we're trying to put the community aside, to build houses where the corridors for the elephants are.
10 years ago, there was a study on corridors and migratory routes. We need to revise it now. It's important for us to revise it. At the same time, to appreciate that we don't block the migratory routes. And this is the biggest threat we have now, because the minute we compete between agriculture and population settlements, then we will block. And we in the government are very clear that migratory routes is the survival, particularly for elephants in this country.
Well, I'm actually quite concerned about the future right now, because Amboseli was successful because the area around the national park was held by the Maasai people, who are tolerant of wildlife. But they have now decided to subdivide their what's called a group ranch, and divide the plots into 21 acres. I mean, divide the land into 21-acre plots. And I'm very worried about that, because the plots are being sold to people from outside, to non-Maasai. And I worry about fencing and farming and all the things that are not good for elephants and other wildlife, and pastoralism, and the Maasai themselves. I mean, where are they going to herd their cows? So the future is actually very up in the air right now. I think we're at a crisis point for Amboseli.
This is nature, and if you play with it, you will never find it. So as now we are going under demarcation of this land, and people are getting their own parcels. people should be very careful not to disturb the wildlife, because the moment they disturb the wildlife, they lose, and they will lose many things. You know, even wildlife are godly things, you know, because you see now, God has given wildlife land which they were chased out of it. So people come with the idea of conservancy.
Well, as a government policy, first we discourage fencing, particularly in areas where the wildlife is existing in a bigger way, because there are some areas which are community land. There are areas where definitely there is wildlife. We want to balance between livelihoods of communities and do business or economic development, but also we can guide them. And this is where the conflict is coming in. But I think we have a clear policy. That policy also is accepted by communities. But again, sometimes it's greed of people who want to focus only on economic development. But we as conservationists need to understand there must be a balance. Because if the community do not benefit from conservation, then they will not support conservation.
We've found it's an average of about 65% of wildlife is found outside protected areas. And that number is growing because of the climate change phenomenon that is happening across the globe. So we find ourselves, wildlife, moving more and more outside protected areas as the droughts increase, less rainfall, and invasive species take over big chunks of protected areas.
They lazily go about their everyday activity, enjoying every day as it unfolds. Have a bum rub. Or how about cleaning one's trunk? What do I do with this fallen branch? Perhaps a pedicure. Works well as a toothpick. Ouch! That hurt. Or maybe just use it to relieve myself from that irritating itch.
As we've seen, incomes, participation, and relationship between communities and wildlife, we've seen increased protection. So the idea of dispersal areas that wildlife can now interact and offer opportunities for communities and landowners is so important for sustainability of wildlife as Africa modernizes and develops. It's a big part of our vision for Africa.
So it's critical to create protected areas like conservancies, national parks and reserves, and also vital now with the growing population and land use change that corridors are created to actually connect these habitats. If they're not connected, unfortunately, we're going to lose a lot of the megafauna like elephants, who need very large areas to roam on, to live on, and also many of our key migrations.
Elephants overall have played a bigger role in tourism, but also in awareness. In all aspects of work, you need champions. And for tourism or conservation, elephants are our champions for either how we talk about conservation, how we talk about the role of wildlife in our experiences as human species on the continent, but as we raise awareness of the heritage, Africa's heritage, especially to the young Africans who are now 70% of our population on the continent.
We are now facing major threats. Climate change is the biggest threat. Human-wildlife conflict is another threat. Invasive species in protected areas is another threat, as well as competition between agriculture and settlements is another threat. So we have 5 major threats that we must have the courage to address them.
The elephants of Selenke are back. Back in bigger numbers, as many more families are coming back to their ancestral land. The custodians of this paradise are championing conservation and bravely guarding a heritage that was once considered lost. Through the efforts of Jake, the LSNK community and game watchers, a habitat has been restored. So long as there are open spaces, elephants will roam the wilderness freely. It is up to us to preserve these open spaces for them and let the big tusker gene prevail. As an age-old African proverb states, return to old watering holes for more than water. Friends and dreams are there to meet you.
Thank you. Thank you for your presence. I don't know if anyone has any questions, comments, anything to say as we prepare for the next. Any questions? This was it was during COVID. I'd say 2020, 2021, because then we edited for 1 year and we premiered in 2022 July. Yes, a couple of things have changed. Of course, the Minister of Tourism is no longer there. There's a new minister. Amboseli is no longer under KWS, which is good. It was given back to the Maasais a few months ago. By July next year, it will be fully in their control. So yeah, there have been changes. Changes always happen. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I must say this is a very, very wonderful documentary. Thank you so much. I have one question I need to understand in terms of resource management, natural resource management, where the community act as the custodians. I want to understand where they had to forego their livelihood way. For example, some who are into agriculture, now they receive a certain percentage from the conservance. Did you sort of like, did they care sort of like a cost-benefit analysis? If yes, how much is the community getting, and who ensures transparency in terms of the community benefiting from the conservance? Thank you.
Okay. The Maasai are not they don't practice agriculture, they're herders. So what actually happened in the start, like the Maasai were brought there. They were actually living up north in Laikipia. They weren't living there. But to clear space for the colonialists, they were brought there and they had to fight for space with the Maasai, with the elephants. So that's what caused the conflict. Then the conservancy is purely theirs. So they were just asked to form it, as opposed to the last time in the 70s when Amboseli National Park was taken from them. So what we were trying to get across is the difference in mindset. The colonialists came, pushed them out. Then when the first government came in, they took land away from them. But now here, people are giving them back what is rightfully theirs and telling them to start a conservancy. So they don't practice agriculture. You can't practice agriculture in that area. Okay, thanks. I think maybe we could go on with the next one. Thank you.
Hi everyone, it's your favorite person. I just want to say, after seeing Faisal's documentary and understanding that we all here have different languages and such, this is full on 24 minutes in Arabic. So if I can ask the people from here, can you see the subtitles? Yeah, you're fine? So whoever is in the back can come to the front and just kind of make space where you are able to be seen. For you to see the subtitles. And then again, it's a 24-minute short film made by Rafara Nas. She's from Khartoum, right now is in Nairobi. And yeah, so she made this film between the revolution and before the war. And it just kind of follows the story of this lady who has a hair salon. All right, enjoy.
According to the Maasai, the only animal with a soul like man is the
أنا عايزة أعرف أنت ليه مغطية وشك الليلة؟
عشان ممكن القصة دي لو حكيتها يكون في علي خطر مثلا أو مشاكل تحصل لي من ورا الكلام ده.
الو انت وين؟ انت ما في البيت؟ انا كنت جاي عليك في البيت. مركب من البيت يعني؟ خلاص طيب، لما تيجي راجعه تعالي لي هنا الكوفير، هنا في الكوفير. يعني انت طلعت في الشارع جاي عليها. طيب انت كويسه؟ طيب خلاص تمام تمام اوكي، انا بستناكي في المحل. طيب اوكي. هاي صباح الخير، كيف أصبحتوا؟ كيف يومكم؟ صباح الخير. صباح النور. كيف أصبحتوا؟ كيفك؟ كيف حالكم؟ الحمد لله. كيف يومك الليلة؟ اليوم أصبحتوا كيف حالكم؟ Sofia Rianti. سنوية، كيف أصبحت؟ كيف حالك؟ كيف أصبحتي تمام؟ الحمد لله رب العالمين. نزلي من أول زول ده. من حنانات. يوم جديد إن شاء الله، يوم بخير. بخرجوا كله يعني تمام. طبعا يا جماعة صباح الخير، يومنا بيبدأ من كده، بنبدأ يومنا كده، بنجي بنخش بنصب على بعض، بنشوف حاصل شنو، بيبدأ يوم جميل بإذن الله، وبيكون يعني السلام الداخلي بتاعنا نحن وهون، والأمن والأمان بتاعنا في بيتنا الصغير اللي هو كوفيرنا. خلي شغل طيب، بس انت وجهة نظرك يا صافي برضو انا ما عندي مشكله. مريم صافي صدقني على حاجه واحده، ايوه، انه الشورى متعبه احيانا فيها اراء الناس كده، بنلقى راي في كميه الاراء اللي بتقترح علينا خلال اليوم، بنلقى في راي صايب، في انسان ممكن يكون عفويه يطلع الراي ده صايب. فدائما نحن عندنا مثل السودان يقول بيت الشورى ما خرب. ايوه فهي بجد الشورى ما بتخرب. مع الاتباع عنده هو عيوب. طيب هم العيال دي زمان شنو الضحيه في الوضع ده حيكون عيال؟ صعبة. انت خدت الموقف ده انت فيه. خدت الموقف ده فيك. حضرت الموقف ده؟ هم دول بتذكرك؟ نهائي لا. عشان كده بستغرب. الله يجيب اللي يتذكرك يا زلمة. ان شاء الله. هو عامل جد وزاد يعني ما عنده اخلاق، بصوا طوالي. أخلاق بطريقة مش شديد. الموضوع ده داير زول عنده أخلاق ما فاضي، أخلاق فعلا. يعني أنا بقول لك مثلا أنا ارتبط، أنت ما ترتبطي ببيتي، يعني أنا ممكن أكون مربطة معك وربطة مع البيت، لكن لا أنا ما ارتبطت مع ولد. يعني هو بنلقى إحنا الاثنين وعادي أنا أكون كول مع الموضوع، لكن أنا ما أسوي حتى على مجنون. تعرف الولد اللي عايش اسمه شو؟ بالرابية. جد مجانين بقول لك. ما كنت متوقع نهائي إنه الكلام ده، التعامل معي التعامل سيء، غريبة. لكن يا زولا ربنا يعوضك الأحسن وكده، ما تركزي مع المواضيع دي كتير، اشتغل لي وبس. أنا ما قادرة المشكلة دي ما قادرة أخليها، ما قادرة أستمر. صعب جد والله، صعب. لكن شفتي دخلت في مشاكل الناس كتير، ناس كتير، سمعت قصص كتيرة جدا عن ناس، وهي رسالة بالمناسبة قبل ما تكون مشاكل أو قصص، هي بجد رسالة للمجتمع، لأنه هم بيضحوا قدر شنو، تضحيتهم ظاهرة جدا يعني واضحة رغم كل الصعوبات إنهم بيتحدوا في الحياة. يمكن مثال لهن البنتين الأخوات اللي لسه موجودات يعني معي حاليا، موجودات يعني مشاكل بتاعت مجتمع.
الحصل ان انا اتزوجت واحد سنة 2017. اول 6 شهور كنا تمام وحلوين مع بعض واي شيء. بعد ال6 شهور الحياة قلبت 180 درجة. بقى في طولة لسان، ضرب. كنت حملت براي، أهلي ما قدروا يوصلوني، اتعذبت في الحمل شديد. كان بيجي بيضرب، هو سكران بيكسر البيت، كان عادي بيضرب سكين. ضرب ولده وهو عمره أسبوعين، عادي يعني. كان الحاجات دي جدا عادية، لو ما لقى الجرعة بتاعته ما بينفع أكمل، ما بينفع أربي ولدي في بيئة زي دي.
مشاكل في البيت، اتناقشنا مع أخوي، يعني كان بيتعامل معنا معاملة ما كويسة، يعني بقت مرحلة بتاع ضغوطات عالية جدا. مرحلة الكلام انتهينا منها، بقت في مراحل أكبر من كده، ضرب وحاجات يعني كتيرة. فبقينا ما بنقدر، ما بنحس بالأمان. يعني انت لو نايمة بتصحي مخلوعة، يعني من الحاجة ممكن تحصل عندي 100 احتمال انك انت نايمة ممكن تحصل لك حاجة، ما في أمان. ما في استغرار.
تغيير حاجة جميلة في حياتك. أنا ما أحب، لكن يا جماعة جايبينه ليه كده وسخة صحيح؟ طب أنتوا وافقتوا ليه؟ ده ما حاجة ده خيار الغلط. زمان الله ده كان زمان. الحاجة ما في قلص. شكلها قلبها وجع. يا شديد شكلها. خطبتي؟ خطبت الندامة. ليه؟ كده خطوبة وينها يا حلوياتها والنشاطة وحركاتها. عاملة كيف حواجبها؟ الحاجة ما في قلص دوب. والله يا شيماء كمان نرجع ونقول هسي برضه في الزمن ده في ناس لاحظت سبحان الله يعني بيجوا يتقبلوا انه يعني يكون احسن يجيبوا لك كده ولا تكون في حب. ما عارفه. ما هي قالش كده. المشكلة حاليا ان الحدة عايزاه حرفيا شايفاه هو الصح. قريبكم؟ ما قريبنا، هو من بعيد كده من نفس القبيلة بس. ما عارفة عاجبة ليش. يا تضرب لها قالب. طيب لا بتوراشني انه هو جاب لك الحاجات دي؟ عادي بالمناسبة. ما البنات بيفتشوا. بتوريك بالتفاصيل لكن هي لسه متواصلة. وانا حدي 3 شهور انا ما قاعده اكون لي في فيلم كده ظريف عشان اتخارج منه لانه
لا ما لا انت زول ما اخذت وديتي معه صح او ما طلعتي معه ما جا شفتي فهمه ميوله تفكيره
لكن بس الفلانيه بتكون عندها علم بقى قبل ما تصل.
هو يعني رشحوكي ليه هو ولا امه مثلا زي ما امك رشحت
بالضبط كده حاجه زي
يعني حاجه فيها الاهل
بالضبط
هو ذاته يمكن
معناته هو رافض يمكن هو ذاته زيها.
طيب انتوا قعدوا مع بعض واحسنوا القصه دي وابقوا على الناس الكبار
ايوه لازم
تناقش معاهم. لا ما يدخلوا فرصه تتناقش معاهم تتلاقوا براكم كده كشباب توصلوا معلومات تقول لهم مدام انت اصلا باقي عليها وبتحكي لها تفاصيل حياتنا انا اريحك الحاجه دي ما نعملها طوال كده عشان هم ما يصدموا يسالوا تدريجيا انه والله ما قدرنا نكتفي
حلو. الكوافير عبارة عن حتة كلها حريم يعني ممكن الزبونة تاخد راحتها فيه أكتر ما كان تاخد فيه راحتها. المجتمع هتلاقيه كله حريمي زيها ما في يعني هيكون عقد أو خجل أو كذا أو كذا عرفتي؟
مجتمعنا السوداني ما بيساعد محتاجين بنات كتار للموضوع ده. احنا هنا عندنا البنات بيخافوا من المواضيع دي بيعاينوا يعني بيقولوا يا اخي انا لو عملت كده حيدقوني في عندنا اكتر البنات بيخافوا من الحاجه دي ما مستقويات بالموضوع ما في وحده مستقويه من قصه واحده
ما واعيين اصلا
ما واعيين عرفتي يعني احنا عشان جينا نعمل قانون نطلع موكب كموكب يعني نسايح كحقيقه مرأة حلقة بالنسبة لبنات السودان 50% لأنهم نصهم بيخافوا
ليه بتحبي تجي على كوافير عبير بالتحديد؟
بجي الكوافير ده لأنه يعني بالنسبة لي بقيت بعرف الناس والناس طيبانين وكده، فبحس إنه الحتة دي يعني بقت لي زي بيتي التاني. أنا في يعني إحنا في السودان ما عندنا حتات كثيرة بنشعر فيها بالأمان، ولا بنكون قاعدين يعني كده الوحدة يعني ما قادرين نكون يعني مرتاحين. لكن إحنا هنا في الكوافير هنا بنشعر بالأمان يعني.
كيفكم الليلة؟
الحمد لله أحسن كتير.
حصل معكم شنو من آخر مرة تلاقينا؟
والله رجعنا البيت وخدينا شروط قبل ما نحن نرجع، إنه كل زول في حدوده، كل زول في حياته، من غير أي مشاكل، من غير أي ضغوطات، وأي ضغوطات أو أي عنف نحن ممكن نستخدم معاكم. حنطلع ومن هناك من بعدها نعيش حياة تانية.
من حصل قبل التجربة لحد هسه الحاجة اللي حسيتوا بها شنو ضافت لكم شنو؟ كيف قويتوا أكتر؟
أكيد قوينا أكتر، هم ذاتهم بيقوا يعملوا حساب أي حاجة، لأنه حسوا إنه بجد الناس ديل بقت فيهم حاجة ممكن هم يضيعوا بسبب الحاجة دي، إنه عندهم قوة، عندهم 100,000 خيار، عندهم غرارات في يدهم، فهم بيلاوزوا من أي كلمة اللي ضرب ولا باقي الأسلوب، أي كلمة تطلع بيعملوا لها 1000 حساب.
هل شايفين إنه كده يعني إحنا كبنات سودانيين الحاجة دي كتيرة بس ما في زول بيتكلم فيها، مو زول بيتكلم عن الضرب مثلا بيحصل في البيوت ولا الحاجة دي، نحن ممكن نحل الحاجة دي كيف؟
المجتمع السوداني هو كده على فكرة، يعني نقول مثلا إذا أبو ضرب أو أخو ضرب ما يمكن يعني يقدروا يشكوا أو كده عشان يعني يقولوا الفضايح والكلام ده، لكن الحاجة لما تزيد عن حد زول ما بيقدر يستحمل، فلازم يعني نشوف حل للمشكلة دي. يعني احنا بنحارب بس بنحاول نطلع حقنا. أكيد المشكلة اللي ما وقعتك ما بتهزك، زي على قول عبير الجبل اللي ما هزاه ريح.
هناك الكوافير حتة آمنة، لكن هي المكان المناسب عشان نتعلم كيف ندافع عن نفسنا. قررت تعمل كنترول ما حد يدري.
كده قاعدة كوتش
كده
كده
اقعدي. يس
اصرفي نظارة وراك
يعني
يا رابعة.
لا بعدين جسمنا ما بينزلوا كده يوريوا ان احنا بندفع. ده لازم كده.
إسراء.
طيب يا إسراء ليه ده
لحياتي المستقبلية لقدام، لأنه وضعنا في السودان يعني ما مطمن، ممكن في أي لحظة في أي حتة في البيت في الشارع في أي لحظة ممكن يحصل أي شكاف، فأنا اوريدي لازم أكون يعني جاهزة للحاجة دي.
عايزة أتعلم السلف ديفense أو الدفاع عن النفس، الواحد يكون يعني مستعد لو حصلت له أي حاجة وتعرضت لأي موقف أتليست أنا أقدر أطلع من الخطر ده، بما إنه نحن قاعدين في بلد يعني بالنسبة لنا غير آمن.
احنا حمارين بحيث انك شنو تطلعي من الخطر او تطلعي من اقل ضرر ممكن، تتصرفي صح، تعملي شنو صح، وشوية حركات ممكن تنقذ حياتنا وتحطينا في الموقف. نزلنا نفضة ينضغط.
يا عبير بجد انا قاعده العب لي سنه، وقفت بس فتره انا ساي وقفت في رمضان
بجد يعني
بجد والله.
المغزى من الحاجه دي شنو خلاك تدافع وخلاك تعمل كده؟
انتي ما فاهمه غير انه بيقوي يعني اللياقه بجد بخليك تدافعي، لانه شنو هو تكنيك كده. فانتي بتقدر تشيل الزول ترميه حتى لو هو كان يعني اكبر منك ولا ما يعني حجم، ما انه انت رهيبه زي الافلام وناس شدت لا لا، لكن شنو بتعرف الحركات، في حركات معينه كده هو يعني دفاع عن النفس.
الفكره من المغزى من الحقيقه انك بتقدر تدافع عن نفسك في اي وقت.
اي لكن شنو مع عضلات تكنيك فكره الرياضه دي.
يلا مثلا حركة العمود.
قالت لنا عشان لو مسك كل كده تفك الركبه كيف من ورا ولا هنا، قلت لنا بس عوقوا في الركبه طوالي بيفقد التوازن.
لكن ما من قدام الركبه قدام في العصبه هنا العضله دي الكرة بترجف.
اي ما هي قالت لنا الركبه هنا الحته دي بس.
علي في يدي مثلا؟
لا تلف يده هو وراك لما يكون خدت يده فوقك تقومي وريتنا انه الحركه انك تنزل لتحت بعدين بتمسك يده وبتلفها بوراك بتحرق، ولما انت تجري يده
بتعمل اللوح
دي لما يكون خدت يده فوقك، وعلمتنا انه لما يكون قصادك في حته كده بيساها في وش في يعني في وش عيونه هنا مع ضلعه، دي كلها دفاع يعني المواقع كلها جنبك وراك قدامك.
دي بيدك
انت بتلوي يدك
انا مش مسكتها
في حته هنا صح؟ انا بقدر الوي يدي كده واطلعها كده الحته الخفيفه اللي هنا عشان هو اكيد بيكون بيده بس ما في بعدين هنا انا بالوية بحصلها هنا ففي فدي كان اصعب حاجه ممكن تحصل في التحرش. انت بتقدر
المفروض انتوا تكونوا مبدع لناس انه تغيير يعني من التحرش البنات بدل ما يقعدوا
في المواصلات. ايوه الداير
يكون منكم كبروجرام بجد في تيك توك تمشوا تشجعوا بيه شباب تشجعوا بيه بنات. والله دي رساله بعتبرها قويه جدا. شجعوهم بدل ما الخوف واضطهاد وواحده اغتصبوها وواحده كده وواحده تحرشوا بها في المواصلات. بجد ما تفكير حلو شديد.
اي والله المفروض انت عارفه لانه
المفروض كله شاب وشاب مع ده ما تخاف يعني الفكره دي. نفسه ما بيكون صادق. في بيت نحن اتذكر خلصنا شهر الساعه بتتصور جاي بتتصور يعني قلت لهم خلوها براحتها.
الجودو بيبدا هو الساعه 4 مش الليله جكه الليله ببرحاتك دي تفرتك كلها.
ثبتي وكان تقدري. بالظبط كده.
والله قلنا نحن تاني حنرجع البيت مرة
لابد منا انكم ترجعوا وتمشوا لازم. ليه؟ لانه انتم ممكن تخلي بيتكم. في النهاية الانسان مهما كان بدور بيته بدور حياته، لكن طالما انه نحن هسه بنقعد وبنفرق وبنغير جو مع بعض يعني على الاقل قراب من هنا وقراب من هناك عشان تكونوا ملمين الطرفين. ما ينفع تكون جزء هنا ما في او تجوا هنا كل مرة واحدة وتكونوا هناك ما في شي مرة واحدة. ما ينفع. ذكرت حاجة قلت لها قولي موقف محزن، انه ذكري حاجة محزنة عشان تبكي عشان عيونك تكون حزينة كده. قلت لها قلت لك فتش موقف جواتك يحزنك. ما لقيت غيري ما لقيته. ما كفاية. انت هتموتي هنا اللي كان اسمه هتموتي.
شدوا الجردل اول شيء قال لك شدوا الجردل. انزلوا كلكم. انزلوا كلكم. اجيب لكم الغدة جوا. اجيب لكم الغدة جوا. هاي زي ما انت ما قلتش اصلا. بعد الرحلة دي حيعمل ايه سعيدة بتجل التيم كله تاني ما في سيزون راس السنة. ما في أي مكان ما في أي فرصة. دارتوا جو؟ واي ما قادرة. أنا قاعدة أقوم من هنا. حلو والله كويس. نشوف الليلة تغيير الجو بيجيب شنو معه.
عرفت المعنى الحقيقي لما انه انا جيت عملت كوفير. والله يا جماعه كنت مفتكره انه المساله مساله عمل تيم بيكمل بعضه. ناس ماشيين لقدام، عندنا سيزون جديد حيتغطى بوجوه حلوه زي ما انتم مبسوطين فرحانين.
طوبه تكمل طوبه
بالظبط كده. بجد بامانه لما جيتوا دخلتوا الكوفير كلكم، كل واحده فيكم كانت شخصيتها اقل من الان. الان بجد الشخصيه اللي بتمسكوها حاليا بجد حقيقي ولا لا؟ غير ولا ما غير؟ غير ليه؟ عاشرنا ناس شفنا تجاربهم من غير ما نعرفهم، اكتسبنا منهم خبرات من غير ما نعرفها، قوتنا ما ضعفتنا بالمناسبة. الحياة بجد مدرسة، نحن كل يوم بنتعلم، والكوفير أكبر مدرسة كان بالنسبة لي أنا شخصيا بأمانة. على ثقة إنه المرأة دايما شنو؟ قوية قوية، المرأة قوية. البحر بيتجدد، احنا كذلك بنتجدد من الامور دي بتجينا سبحان الله. كثرة المشاكل اللي مرت علينا القوة اللي اكتسبناها ما ضاعت. عزيمة أكثر، إنك ذاكرة، إنك تحققي ما تحقق فيها تخطيط وفيها استراتيجية إنك تحقق.
All right, so this was the salon by Rafar Nas, and she started about like 2020. She finished with it in 2022. And yeah, so it was really kind of following, you know, this lady who's comes from a very humble neighborhood, very much involved in terms of when the revolution happened, where every day, every other day, people were going to the streets. At the beginning, it was mostly men, and then women got courage, and I'm sure you've seen how the women of Sudan really kind of stood up, and where you had men and them protecting each other in the streets when they were going in the streets and when they were protesting. And so what created is like these bonds, and also kind of redefining what it means to be a Sudanese woman in this modern society, right? When yes, we're courageous, yes, we're bold, yes, we're Kandakas, which means, you know, a Nubian queen. Yes, we come from that history and that lineage. But at the same time, how come we still have pocketed violence where we have brothers, fathers abusing us, and it's shameful to talk about it. So it's like these little programs and projects that were put together with different women in terms of like talking about it, but also doing self-defense classes, which is, I think, was brilliant. I'll tell you something that is very interesting about the filming. So Rafa is the director. Ibrahim Snoopy is the cameraman, cinematographer. So the two girls who have the mask on, they go there to get their hair, but also they go there as a safe space. And so, of course, their father and their sibling, you know, they're always like, where are you going? It's like, oh, we're going to go to the salon. And one day, their father decided to go to the salon, and they were filming, and there was a male. So as you know, in Sudanese culture, male are not supposed to be in a women-only space, especially the salon. And so it was a whole drama of like hiding Snoopy, right? As they were filming. And so the father, when he comes in, not having these ideas of like, she went there to see a man, right? But it was there to see, to kind of tell the story. But anyways, he did not get caught, which is great. And yeah, so if anybody will have any questions? Yes, sir, please. So after, can we send you a mic so you can hear, and also the people online, I guess, can hear us as well? Thank you. Can we pass him a mic? Thank you, Larry.
Well, afternoon. All right, so the first thing I want to say is
it's a really good film. The film is very interactive. I noticed the theme of powerlessness initially in the film between the women, and that there was a lot of abuse. And this elderly lady created a community for the younger women who were also sad. And at the end of the movie, I noticed that there was hope through the self-defense classes, as you had said, and that she was just encouraging them to be good, that things were going to be fine. And I like the storyline. I think it's I think it can also work for men as well, because we sometimes go through the same thing, but it in a very parallel way. So I think it's a very interesting story, and it's very honest. The issues are very relatable to the audience as well. So I think you did a great job.
Thank you, thank you. And so if you had more time, I was gonna come to you. I paired it at, again, you know, I'm just showing you a snippet of what I did at the French Cultural Center in Paris, I wish, in Nairobi. In Nairobi I had 2 nights of film screening, 1 feature film, and then 2 shorts. I put this one and another one. And the other one is called Journey to Kenya, and it's about male in the martial arts in a bus going through Sudan, Ethiopia, and landing in Kenya a year before the war happened. And it was similar, but in the male perspective.
Yeah, so
yes. Yeah. So it is there. If we had more time, I would have screened that. It was a kind of pairing, and the way I paired it, that we just don't say in terms of vulnerability for women, but also for men too. Yeah. And it also helps kind of strengthening, and these issues as well of like male patriarchy and male strength, right? That is so pressured on men. And you guys tend to keep it in, but how about it expressing that as well? Yeah. Yes, please.
Oh, hello. Good evening, guys. My name is Komora, and first of all, that is very touching. I did not see that coming, and that fight being fought by fellow women, that's very, very encouraging and insightful. So that's very amazing. But I happen to be a musician from Nairobi, and I was had a chance to work with Contraband from Khartoum.
Oh yes, Daffy.
Daffy, yeah. We had a chance to do a concert with them, and they explained the whole conundrum. I don't know, when was this documentary held?
Which one? Last year was when the documentary was released, but when I screened it, it was October, just this year.
This year.
Yes.
So they
before Daffy's events.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Okay. So they explained that there's been conflict and it's been ongoing. So the Contraband members have moved to Kenya permanently, and they were explaining how they explained the conflict was very painful. They couldn't even go ahead and explain the whole thing, and those are men were able to escape. I want to understand what is the situation right now for the women. Is the safe space still there with the conflict going on? And how are you guys, how are they handling it? I would like to know that part.
Okay, that's a huge loaded question. At least I can answer from my perspective.
Okay.
Yeah, which is a more personal. So you know, when the conflict happened, literally people left with like bags, being like, I'm gonna go back home. You know, and you have people who are just like, you left, and that's how you left. So it was a lot of pain to leave a place you never wanted to leave, where you still have hope. And so now it's been 7 months. In the work that I have done is like evacuated 48 Sudanese artists and creatives other than family, where I took them either to Cairo, to Addis, and Nairobi. And in Nairobi, just because you're talking about Nairobi, me and a friend of mine created a space called The Rest. It's a kind of a co-living residency space where you have photographers, visual artists, filmmakers, where they can come and do whatever event they want. They want to do an exhibition, they want to do a concert, they want to collaborate with other artists. We were able to fund it by the Ford Foundation, which is amazing as a beginning. And we gave about these 20 artists like 6 months and gave them seed money to create whatever they want to create. Yeah, so to help them. And a lot of the artists and the creatives, what I have noticed is, you know, if your source of inspiration is Sudan and Khartoum and you're an artist, imagine you don't have that anymore. So how are you going to create? Yeah? So it's been a very difficult experience for me as a cultural practitioner, as a producer, creative director. So there's a lot of healing of trauma. So I got them free healing in terms of like therapy with counselors that deal directly with conflict and war. Most of them, it's men and women actually. Both of them are having a very difficult time assimilating to a new space. And okay, so that's in the creative part. In terms of like women, I will say it from the point of view of creative and artists. There's still a lot of PTSD. So like 2 weeks ago there was Diwali, right? And it's like ta 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 ta, So everybody there was listening and hearing the sound of bullets and planes. And so some of them didn't sleep for 3-4 days and couldn't. So, it's gonna take a long time. It's gonna take a long time for people to heal. But what is as well happening in terms of abuse and violence that, especially here when she started, which was 2020 to 2022, but now that there is a war, abuse and rape is just a form of weaponry. And especially what you're seeing right now with Darfur, it's always been like that and continues to be like that. So I cannot talk about it from the personal point. All I can tell you is from like the, the numbers and how much people have been affected, and still with the same topic. But yeah, I don't know if I answer your question. I kind of went everywhere.
Okay, you have. Let me
Go
ask one
ahead.
more question.
Yes.
Please, let me ask one
I'm
question.
sorry, we're
One-
just running out of time because could you make it very, very brief?
Yes.
Briefly, yeah.
Because we're going to have to depart for Barefoot Theatre very
So I
soon.
noticed that the violence against women are coming from even their brothers, right?
Yes.
What is is it cultural thing? Why do we have things against women?
Okay, I think is that going back to what it is I think cultural societal pressure, yeah? And again, with Sudan, you have so many different cultures, yeah? So it can be from different spaces and places. Like, I'm Dongolawi, I'm from Nubia. Like, we don't have that. Like, it's just, we're respected and maybe as well as family. Like, I personally haven't, and it's not something that is there. So I think as well it's economic pressure, unemployment, trying to get into a status of being able to get married, give the biggest wedding, have the good car, give this. So it's a lot of societal pressure and them not being able to get to that. So what they do, they resolute to kind of the power at home, right? And as well, that's number one. Number two is as well the idea of like your sister, your mother is your property as well, right? So in terms of like you're at home, you clean, you keep your mouth shut, right? So this idea of like kind of control you at home. So there's a lot of underlying things with that, of course. Yes, Larry, thank you. Thank you guys. If you want to talk more, I'll be here with the Whisketeers this evening. We'll talk that more. Thank you, everyone. Okay, have a good one. Bye.
Guys, that's not what I taught you today. What is it? How do we do it? Okay, one of the things that projector just jumped at me. Women, what are we as women? Women are strong. It's a powerful statement. And I want to say thank you to everyone, but we're gonna, as you can say, we're gonna meet in the lobby. We're gonna watch a theatrical performance out at Barefoot Theatre, that Zambia Italian Cultural Center. Yes, I remember that. And then afterwards, we're gonna have lunch, dinner. Too much energy right now. I could go for more time. We're gonna have dinner at the usual spot, and then of course Whisketeers is a thing that's become a thing. But otherwise, we're back tomorrow, 9 o'clock in here, for another exciting day of a lot of interaction. I would have liked to go through some of the points for today, but as I said, because I know a couple of you would like to get to freshen up, but you've got about 20 minutes, then we'll meet downstairs. Otherwise, if you don't need to freshen up, there's some tea outside, there's some eats. It's just a moment for some wellness. So yeah, see you guys in the lobby.